this, well, maybe here until 6 o'clock this evening. That's what, the third, fourth wide of the over?
Yes, like you said, it's been a long over so far. Just trying to get it right. See him having a word.
Yeah, 3 wides in the over so far.
Only 2 legitimate balls.
Well, he's gone. Caught behind. The edge found. Well, it was one that the batsman may be looking to tickle down towards the fine leg area, and the keeper comes across to take the catch. Umpire Weeks gives him. So success for St. Leonard's in over number 2, with Wilkinson Butcher going for 5. It's now 12 for 1.
12 for 1, like I said, just trying to get his radar correct. Again, this one pretty much on the leg side. Must have been a fine tickle, but the umpire, he signaled that the dismissal is made. So Wilkinson Butcher, he's got to make his way back into the pavilion. He's only scored 5 runs, and losing the first wicket is 12 for 1. I'm sure that the St. Leonard's team, they'll be very happy with that early scout.
Well, that one was pitched much closer to the leg stump. And there was a clear deflection, there's no doubt about that. And once the keeper moved across to his left and caught it, the umpire gave it. The batsman looked a bit surprised at the decision, but he's got to go back. 12 for 1.
It's just remonstrating like the batter. He thought that he got a bit of pad on it. But Weeks, the umpire, he was assured. I mean, he gave his decision very early. And the keeper just skipping around to his left, Andrew, and coming up with a neat catch. Good work by the gloveman.
Yep. Look at his headgear. Wow. Well, I think he's getting ready for crop over, which, of course, has started, has it? Crop over? No, not officially as yet, of course, but, you know, from the time the year starts, you're in the crop over mood. New batsman is Cantleberry. And same old story down the leg side. Umpire Weeks has got some work to do.
Yes, he's really got to get himself going. He picked up that wicket, Rock. Like he said, haven't been able to be by on target. But Canterbury, the captain of the Milo Lodge side, he will want to stay there for a long time. He's a very competent batter, one who can really carry on, and he will be hoping that he can give his team a good score.
That's a lovely shot, square in the offside. Will get 2 here, comfortably. Looks like a big under 13 though. Scandalbury. There's some pretty big guys in the St. Leonard's team. Mid-on looks a big chap, mid-wicket as well. And the field that slipped. Wow, he's a big man. Very big indeed. He looks like maybe about 15, 16. So an over that started more than 5 minutes ago. We've had 4 wides, 1 to come in the last over. We had just 5 runs coming. Canterbury looks a very competent right-handed batsman. Over at number 2 comes to an end. Milo Lodge been inserted there, 15 for 1.
Yeah, it's 15 for 1, a very long over, but a successful over nevertheless for Rock, picking up the wicket of that man, Wilkinson Butcher. He has to go back, but brought the captains, Darius Canterbury in, like you said, a very competent batter. He got a 37 in the semi-final against the Harrison College at the Empire Ground, and he looked a very good pitcher. So he'd be interested to see if he can get a score here on the big stage. But you just need to get his radar going. There's Rock picking up the early scout for his team.
Yeah, that would have been a good victory. The St. Leonard's team used at one stage to be coached by Jonathan Carter. Now Anthony Stewart has taken over. That's very well played indeed. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? It sure does. That's gone away. Down to backward square. Boundary line and put away.
Jaheim Daisley facing up his first delivery, really. He was there from the beginning, but getting his first delivery and down the leg side again and working that one neatly behind square to pick up a boundary to get off the mark. Lovely shot by the young man.
I was making the point that St. Leonard's victory was a good one. Lodge, of course, with a tremendous record. The last time they played here at Kensington Oval, they won the under-19 tournament. When they played against Queen's College, that was back in December.
Yeah, Coach Clifton Phillips got an excellent track record.
He's been at Lodge for quite a long time.
I know you mentioned the under-19s, but they were also here in the under-15
final. They were indeed. They produced some pretty good cricketers in recent times. Shawnicus Sargent, of course, Liam Seeley, the captain, good cricketers. We'll be looking for a second run here, and decides against it quite wisely, because on the heavy outfield with all the rain we've had, the ball slowed considerably. So just to run down to backward point.
Yeah, it just seems to have an excellent program up there in St. John. Clifton Phillips, he spoke about the under-15s. Those boys there, you go to the under-19s, likes of Wiggins, DeMarco Wiggins.
Yep, good player.
So, yeah, just good breeding ground, really, all round. So good work by Clifton Phillips. Continues to produce players.
That's going to be called wide by umpire Sheena Welch, who's doing duties today with umpire Dennis Weeks. So 21 for 1 over number 3. Let me remind you that St. Leonard's a team that, well, the school is not very far from here. You could actually walk from here to the school. Take you, if you're going at the pace of Andy Payne, maybe 10. If you go at my pace, 5.
Depends on the route you take, Andrew. You know the shortcuts.
I'll just go through the back. But of course, Collis King also has something to do with St. Leonard's in recent times. I'm sure he's locked on this game being streamed, thanks to our friends at the Barbados Cricket Association, those who've put it together. Really got to compliment the Barbados Cricket Association for ensuring that all of the finals are streamed from there and from far, as they say. So if you're somewhere at the White House, like Donald Trump, you can watch. Now that's a poor delivery and put away. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Wide and put away, square on the offside. That's going for a boundary.
Yeah, so went guilty of getting a bit too full on that occasion. And Scanberry, he wasn't going to miss out on that. Full toss outside the off stump. And he really played it well. He found the gap as well. So running off the outfield pretty good. So good outfield as well here. Andrew looked very lush. So just getting off the ropes. So boundary to Scanberry. Moves his total up to 6. His first boundary.
Well, of course, next month there'll be cricket here. New Zealand will play against the West Indies. Oh, that's a lovely joy. Beautifully played indeed. Elbows well caught. That will make a good picture in primetime sports. A lovely off drive. But it's very attractive players. Canterbury.
Yeah, very articulate young man as well. Speaks well. Like I said, he seems very assured of himself. Young Zidaris Canterbury. Like I said, he's a very attractive batter. And if he can get himself in here, Andrew, he could be in for a treat.
Name sounds familiar. Was he one who went to Guyana? I think so. I'll just double check that. And of course, here's a beautiful drive and a good stop up at that bit off area by Wint. Had that gone past him, that would have gone away.
So 2 excellent saves in the outfield there by Wint, like you rightfully said, moving it this time to his right and pulling off the diving save, so just allowing the batters to get 1. So the over comes to an end, Andrew. Some 3 overs completed, and at the end of it, they're 27 for 1. Scanberry's on 7, and Daisy's on 6. Just can't help to look at how lush the outfield is. Conditions here look very good. Like you said, they're preparing for that upcoming series against New Zealand. So kudos must goes out to the ground staff here at Kensington Oval.
So it's 27 for 1. Well, the first match is going to be on July the 19th. The game is scheduled to start at 2:30, but then the finals of the World Cup will start at 3. So I suppose they have screens down here too. That's going to be interesting. And then, of course, the final game is on July the 21st. So the 2 matches. The West Indies will play against New New Zealand started in Guyana, matches on the 11th, 13th and 16th. And of course the matches here in Barbados on the 19th and the 21st. So Dayton Carrington comes in the attack, the captain of the St. Leonard's team. Holding to Jakeem Daisley. Oh, goes through the keeper. Go a long way down towards the boundary.
Excellent.
Good tumbling work to stop the ball from going over the rope and circling the ground. Two wides are called by the umpire.
Yeah, just make that 3 to the total. Yeah, just trying to get himself going there. The off spin of the captain, just a bit wayward outside the off stump. The keeper had no answer for it, so picking up some wise. So he, again, just needs to get the radar right. The extras are mounting up here early, maybe early nerves.
Just a pretty decent start for Lodge. This is over number 3, already 30 runs on the board. St. Leonard's with a heavily packed offside field. There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's an extra cover and wideish mid-off. Well, extra cover really, cover and extra cover. All saving one. The mid-off is deepish.
And captain just needs to come in and pull it back.
We elected to go back to that, might have come forward and had to hurry that back defensive shot. Daisley. So after the first ball, when 3 wides were conceded, he set into a good line here, Carrington.
Just looks to be a bit aggressive. Here is young Daisley. Got up to 18 runs in that semi-final as well at Bank Hall of 20 deliveries. So needs to be an aggressive type style player.
Control from Carrington after that first ball has been good. We're going to pinch a single square in the offside. Took a couple of steps out of the crease, but there was never a run there. The backward point, well, the short point is very alert. That's went. And that's it powerfully. That's a beautiful shot. They'll go to the boundary. Mid-on can't get across to the left to stop it. That's gone for 4. Pitched up and got a lot of bat into that. And how often do you see the last ball producing the boundary, having bowled 4 balls that kept the batsman quiet, but that was full and put away for boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot there again by young Daisley. Like you said, he's got that intent. He looks to score. You can see his aggressive style intent. So getting the bar delivery and really hitting it straight as well, Andrew, which was good. So he hit it past the bowler. The mid-on had no chance. Like you said, the outfield continues to run pretty nicely. And that one is once it passed the infield, he picked up himself another boundary. So 2 boundaries to him. He takes his tally up to 10 from 10 deliveries.
So a new bowler in Marshall. What a big name. Big name. Of course, Malcolm Denzel Marshall, who's gone to the great beyond.
Isaiah Marshall.
Isaiah, okay. Biblical as well. So let's hope that he will do well. Here's Marshall with his first ball. Bowling medium pace. Starts with a wide.
Yes, Marshall from the Joel Garner Inn.
Oh, wonderfully said.
Yeah, like I said, just those extras just mounting up. It just needs to get their radar going. Quite a number of ways now.
I would think Lodge being inserted would be quite happy with the start. 35 for 1. We're into over number 5. That's very well played by the captain. We'll contemplate the second, and we'll get it 2.
Yeah, well run in the end, this pair. Like I said, he's got good touch. Scanterbury just saw how just easily he played that one into the onside and pick up a couple. And Daisley, like you said, continues to have that intent. You see how quick he was with the first run. For the time he saw an opportunity for a second, he was calling his captain to come back for 2.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. But there's protection on the boundary. The mid-off is now long off. I suppose because he's so good driving. That's a good move by the captain just to protect the boundaries down at long off. So just a single.
Yeah, he set his man about deep. So Scanterbury again, like you just see how easy he is, Andrew. You see he's bigger than some of the boys, but coming on the front foot and playing that over the ease.
Bit of bounce generated by Marshall.
It's just lovely to see this surface, though. He said Nigel Newton and Winston Reed, they should be happy with the work they've produced here. Such an excellent looking square right now. Something that we would have seen in the past. So I'm sure that the viewers having a look at Kensington Oval, they'll be happy to see this picture. Really. A few seasons back, everything was void of grass, really, and to see such greenery, I'm really, really happy to see this.
Yeah, Scanterbury looks very easy. And, you know, sometimes you see these guys at this level, and you can make a call. Of course, sometimes we get it all wrong. But when you see someone like a Scanterbury batting, I mean, he's so easy in the eyes, you would think that he's a name that you could just put down a bit. That should be called a wide, yeah. Umpire Welch has had a lot of work to do, and her colleague as well, Umpire Dennis Weeks.
Just a bit of wayward stuff. He said just allowing the extras to mount up. But a good call on Scanterbury, Andrew. Like you said, he's just got that assurance in the middle. Just coming on the front foot, he looks so much at ease.
So the first over from Isaiah Marshall producing 6 runs and 5 gone. Milo Lodge being inserted there, 40 for 1.
Yeah, 5 overs and not any major trouble, really. Haven't seen anything really to trouble the batters. To pick up 1 wicket, Rock got the wicket of Wilkinson Butcher. With a ball down the leg side and seems to get a little bit of an edge on it. Good take by the keeper. But outside of that, there's nothing really that you would say has been a threat to the Lodge side, really. So Daisley, who looks a bit aggressive, he's got good intent. And Captain Scanterbury, he's on 10 from 8. And you can see how assured he is. So this pair will let's put on a good partnership for the side. Like I said, some 14 extras, 14 wides so far conceded. So the total up to 40 and 14 of those in the extras.
So the captain will continue. And it's Carrington. Well, they get a single here, but they even get an overthrow they will here. So some sloppy work coming from the St. Leonard's team. The captain actually pushed Daisy for that run. I don't think he was quite prepared for it, but there was a bit of a fumble and then an overthrow.
Yeah, good alertness there again by the captain, Scanterbury. He just looks so much the part. looks ready for this battle. So I'm just being in tune with everything that's happening around him. Like I said, just a little fumble and then the overthrows, and he was alert enough to push his man to come back and pick up 2.
No, that's a poor delivery, and it's been put away. 4 runs, wide of long on.
Yeah, just one bouncing over the rope. Like I said, this man, Daisley, just got that intent to score at Andrew. Any bar delivery, he just pouncing on that one. Like I said, a bit short. And he got into a good position and hit it over the long on region. The man is stationed at mid-on. And once he cleared that man, just one bouncing over the rope for yet another boundary. So, again, he continues to look good. He continues to be aggressive, but with good intentions and looking to score.
So now the mid-on goes to long on, and the mid-off goes to long off now. No problems at all for Daisley, who's got 17 runs from 18 balls. Another over comes. So then 6 gone. Lodge been inserted. Milo Lodge there, 46 for 1.
Yeah, like I said, continues to be good. Nice quiet start by them. Just moving along merrily with the scoring. Not trouble at all. And St. Leonard's, they need to find an answer, really. If they're going to get these guys dismissed pretty soon. There's not any threat, really, in the bowling so far. You see the captain. He looks, Carrington, he looks good, but just needs to produce those wicket-taking deliveries. But Scanberry, on the other hand, he looks good as well. And his partner in Daisley looked like he means business. He wanted to get on with it, and he's just putting away any bad deliveries. So this is good batting by the Lodge pair.
Okay, I'll take a break. And you want to take a break? Okay, he'll certainly be with us. Of course, young Rashawn Hackett comes a call in, 46 for 1. Canterbury's on 10, Daisley is on 17. So the old man takes a break to be replaced by a teenager as the over number 7 comes a call in. And I would suggest that this really, Andy Payne, has been a pretty decent start by Milo Lodge.
A very good start, like you said, just losing that wicket of Wilkinson Butcher. The only blemish, really, and they pick up that wicket. But outside of that, it's all being Milo Lodge. Scanberry, the captain, he looks good. He's on 10, like you said, 2 boundaries. And there's the who looks more aggressive of the 2, really pouncing on any bad deliveries. He's on 17. Morning to you, Rashawn.
A very good morning to you, Andy Payne. A very good morning to all of our viewers watching. A very beautiful day here at Kensington Oval as we see another delivery being struck all the way to the boundary for 4 runs from young Zadari Scanterbury. What a game that is building here. And that brings up the 50 runs for the Milo Lodge.
Yeah, 50 after some 6.2 overs. Canterbury, he moves up to 14. Like you said, he's just got that intent to score. He looks so easy. Marshall just weary on the leg side again. He probably might need to get some protection out there. I mean, he's just got these 3 men on the onside. He's got a square leg, a mid wicket, and a man at long on. He just needs to get his line a bit more in tune. He's got lots of protection on the offside.
Yes, we talked about that protection on the offside. 1 slip in place, short third, backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on, long off actually. Big drive there, but that one catches the inside edge, goes down to long on. They pick up another single. Young Zadari Scanterbury, and he's quite a tall lad. We both did interviews with him before the game started. Towering lad for just 13 years old.
Yeah, he looks good. Like you said, he's had some 37 runs in that semi-final off 22 balls. He had 2 4s and 3 6s. So he's one who can get the ball over the rope. Here he sees a flowing drive. Just falling short of the man at mid-off. from Daisley and picking up another single. So one more to the total. So that moves up to 52. But yeah, speaking about Scanterbury, he just looks good. He's tall, he's assured of himself. He just looks the part, really.
Yes, absolutely, and his scores for the tournament would reflect that, Andy. He got 100 in this season versus Princess Margaret, 103 not out from 70 deliveries, and he had some other good knocks, 33 versus Coleridge and Parry, 37 versus Harrison College. So it really goes to show the quality of the player that he is, leading from the front from his side for the entire season.
Well, I think they're listening to us. Just employed another feeder there on the leg side, so a deep mid wicket comes into play. Man from slip comes into short mid wicket.
That's a good delivery there for Marshall. I'm sure that Coach Stewart would want to see a lot more deliveries in that area, bang on target, getting the respect that he deserves.
Yeah, just a bit guilty of bowling quite a few wides this morning, 14 in total. So the extras have really been helpful as well to this large total. Just needs to get, like you said, a few more of those deliveries on target.
That's a loud appeal there, but umpire Welch turns it down, and it brings another over to an end. 52 for 1, 7 overs completed. What has been your assessment so far, Andy?
Well, the assessment really is that the Lodge School, they look very much in tune. Remember, St. Leonard's, they won the toss, and they asked the Lodge School to bat. Like I said, the only blemish really was that of the wicket of Wilkinson Butcher. But outside of that, it's all being Lodge School. This pair just putting together a good partnership. Scanterbury, the captain, he's on 15, and Daisley, like you said, who looks busy, he's on 18 from 19 deliveries, so it's been all Lodge for 6-7 overs.
Yes, absolutely. Lodge School have been doing very well to rebuild this innings after losing that first wicket at 12 for 1. This partnership growing, goes up to 40 now. Carrington, he comes back. Full delivery. Bit of a loose shot outside of the off stump from Daisley. He's looked good so far as well. 18 from 20 deliveries. Another good delivery.
Yeah, Carrington, like you said, the captain had to bring himself into the attack probably a bit premature. He probably didn't watch the ball so early. He was in in the third over, and he needs to stem a bit of flow.
Yeah, an aggressive shot there from young Daisley. Seems to be quite the aggressive player, and I saw him play a shot straight back down the ground just a couple overs ago. Attempted it again, but there's protection. Long on and long off in place. Deep cover, deep mid wicket. So good field setting here from young Carrington. Seems to be a young lad that knows his plans, knows how to execute on his plans.
Yeah, I had a good chat with both of these young men. Like I said, it just seems to be good leaders in their own rights. Spoke well. Carrington, he knew what he wanted to do from the time he won the toss. He said he's going to have a bowl first. He just was happy with the conditions, grass on the surface. He said he wanted to take early wickets. They got that early breakthrough. Haven't been able to get any more as yet, but it just seems like so assured with his decision making.
That's a good shot, and it beats the cover fielders, and it runs close into the boundary. But almost a good bit of work down there on the boundary, but the ball wins the race. And Scanterbury picks up another boundary. What a shot that was.
A lovely shot indeed, but good effort by the feeder at the sweeper, just running around to his right. He pulled the dive in. He had got a hand to it, but just could have managed to get it from going over the rope. But good effort. I'm sure the team be happy for that. But Scanterbury, yet again, just showing how assured he is on the front foot.
Another delivery just driven through the covers, and that is beautifully driven. A good bit of work on the boundary though.
Again, that same feeder, good work this time. He managed to pull it back, just putting in the dive right on the rope and getting the hand to it and pulling it back in play and restricting them to just 2. It seems like it could be 4 all told, but just have a look here. Excellent work by the feeder there on the sweeper boundary.
Yes, absolutely, and it's always good to see young fielders enjoying being in the field, Andy, because It's never good when they're in the field and don't want the ball to come to them. And we can tell from what's going on here that these fielders are excited. 59 for 1, 8 overs completed. Canterbury is there along with Daisley. Partnership really building. That's a full delivery, and it's struck to that extra cover fielder. And Daisley has to walk back to the pavilion. An unfortunate dismissal, just a full delivery, and he hits it straight to extra cover. So he has to go for 19. St. Leonard's strike again.
Yes, getting himself another start and carry on. Just getting a full pitch delivery, like you said, just couldn't find the gap on that occasion. And Captain Carrington, he was very much there in the way and picking up a comfortable catch. So losing their second wicket at 59. Daisley, he's got to make his way back in. Marshall picks up a scalp. He's got one for 12. He's into his third over. So losing the second wicket, the Milo Lodge.
Yes, Marshall, good young bowler. He is really displaying his wicket-taking ability. He's been good throughout this entire tournament, Andy. Had figures of 3 for 1 versus St. George, 2 for 9 versus Foundation, and 2 for 7 versus Frederick Smith. So we can see he's a very economical bowler. He's come to the final and he's delivered, picking up that wicket of Daisley. Let's have a look back at it. Full delivery. Just goes to hit that one out of the ground, but does not get it. And in the end, a good catch is taken by Captain Carrington. That's the end of Daisley. 59 for 2 in the 9th over.
9th over and picking up the second wicket, like you said. But speak about Marshall, he said he was economical throughout. He had a good spell in that semi-final game. 5 overs, 1 for 12 at Bank Hall. So really bowl his team into a comfortable position in that semi-final game. Here he is picking up yet another wicket. Yes, a lot of people will be here to see Kimani Innes. He's a very attractive player as well. He says the tournament's leading run scorer. One who's a very good batter. So he came off of a good knock in the semi-final as well.
Yes, a good knock in the semi-finals. 83 from 50 deliveries versus Harrison College. Wide delivery. Back to Innes though. What's been so impressive about Innes through this entire tournament, Andy, is the fact that he's top scored for this launch side every single game. 67 versus Comamere in the first game, 52 versus Corridon Parry, 220 runs versus Princess Margaret, 34 versus Queen's College, and 83 in that semi-finals, which puts him on 456 runs for the season in 5 games. What a player he is.
A player indeed. And I want you to speak a little bit about that double, because obviously to score a double at this level, I mean, just to show your powers of concentration, your abilities to find the boundaries, just to carry on, or to pick up a double 100 in the under 13 division, that is impressive.
Not just a double 100, Andy, but striking at above 220 from 94 deliveries. And we can see his run scoring ability there. Good shot, but a shot for dot, as I like to call it. Striving that one. But 456 runs for Kimani Innes, an average of 114 Andy Payne. It's not very often that schoolboys at the under 13 level do that.
Yeah, like you just spoke about, his powers of concentration, just those good powers. As I said, got that good shot making ability as well. And he's also got the ability to get the ball over the boundary. As I said, he's a very diminutive player, but one who can really hit a good ball.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, Andy, this partnership, this has to be a partnership for Milo Lodge if they are to go on and win this tournament. These are the 2 leading run scorers for the team. On the non-strikers end, we have a Centurion. On the strikers end, double Centurion in this tournament so far. And a big shot, it goes up in the air, but it drops safely.
Surely he's been a bit nervous with that one, just getting a bit of a top edge, but falling in no man's land. The man from short third man couldn't get to it. The keeper couldn't get to it as well. So Innes, like he said, he'd be a bit nervous with that one, but lives to fight another day. 9 overs completed, 60 for 2.
Let's put this game into perspective, Andy Payne. We have what a great matchup here. St. Leonard's boys versus the Milo Lodge School. And from following the tournament, the St. Leonard's School, they have been so excellent with the ball for this entire tournament. No side had scored more than 100 runs against them. And on the other end, the Lodge School, they have been more so dominant with the bat. So we have a situation where there's one side that has been very good with ball and another side that's been very good with bat.
Should be for an excellent matchup. But yeah, like I said, just could be a bit early morning nerves from the St. Leonard side. Like I said, I had a chat with Coach Anthony Stewart, and he just said he wanted the boys to show up. You don't want them to be thinking about just the occasion, really, because he spoke about their bowling powers as well. Like I said, how good they were with the ball, and just winning the toss, and you let them to feel first. You think that that's really their strength.
Another good delivery, just worked into the offside, picking up another single. Carrington, though, he's been pretty good this morning so far. 21 from his 3.1 overs.
Yeah, this is a good matchup. I mean, it was see Carrington against Ennis, like I said, who plays some very flowing drives along the ground. One who hits the ball. Lovely time of the ball as well. So interested to see this matchup.
Beating him on that occasion. Good delivery. Very good matchup building indeed. Perhaps we have the best bowler against the best batsman.
Yep, he's got his first runs. And this 2. A good flight to delivery there by Carrington. He coming on the front foot, hitting it in the ear, a bit aerial, albeit over the head of the bowler. He's a very short man, Carrington. So just a little uncertainty as well from Ennis to start.
You see that aggression there from Scantlebury again. And I'm glad that you mentioned the height of young Carrington, because it goes to show even more difference between these two sides. We have a situation where one skipper is very, very tall and another skipper is very short. So it makes for a truly good matchup. Short in stature, but not short in ability whatsoever. A good bowler, has some batting ability as well, does Carrington.
Good variations. It's a quicker delivery there outside the off stump. Very watchful. Allow it to go through the keeper.
That's a good bit of fielding. Just one run.
Yeah, that's wet. He's been doing a lot in the outfield, opening the ball in. He seems to be one of the better fielders in the team. But 10 overs completed there, Rashawn. At the end of it, it's 64 for 2. Scantlebury, he's on 22. And Ennis, who just came to the crease, he's on 3 from 10 deliveries.
So if you have a look at what's happened so far, Wilkinson Butcher, the first to be dismissed, caught down the leg side by Datterville, bowled by Rock. He went for just 5 runs. Daisley was next to go, a full delivery. He went for 19 runs, just hitting it into the hands of Carrington. And that leaves us with Scantlebury and Ennis at the crease.
Just remember, this is the final of the Sir Everton Weeks on the 13th. BCA final. Milo Lodge up against the St. Leonard's Boys School. Rashawn, Lodge School, you had a couple interviews as well. Here, this one is aerial. Will it get over the man? It's went. Yes, it does. And it goes over the rope as well for a boundary. So Ennis coming on the front foot, hitting that one a bit aerial, but eluding the man at mid-off there, sorry, and just carrying all the way to the boundary for a boundary.
Extravagant shot indeed. Just high elbow, stepping into that one, hitting it over that mid-off fielder, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 4. Innes, he looks in good touch. Oh my, another drive. No run though. Innes looks like a very technically correct batsman, Andy.
I can tell you he's an attractive player. He hits the ball along the ground a lot. So going a bit aerial there again. His heart would have been in his mouth.
Just reaching for that one. Good delivery from Marshall. Lodge School currently scoring at 6.38, so I'm sure the St. Leonards would want to pull back the scoring just a bit.
Just getting the full toss, hitting it down to long one for a single. So just need to get his timing going. There's Innes, Kimani Innes. Just picking up a single. Scanterbury, who's been off strike for a bit now. Comes back in the strike. Look at that one, a bit aerial. Just eluding that man there at mid-off. He'd be a bit nervous about that one. But here is a punch and drive. Just flowing, full pitch delivery from Marshall. And Scanterbury on the front foot and playing an excellent shot to pick up yet another boundary. Taking his tally up to 26. What an excellent shot.
Straight out of the textbook, Andy. High elbow. Good execution, kept his head down, and it rolled through the covers all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. 73 for 2, 11 overs completed. Scanterbury takes his tally up to 26, and he's joined by Innes, who's there on 15.
Well, he's 8 from 15, Innes. But Scanterbury, like you said, he'd been off strike for a while, but first delivery back on and playing a fantastic drive. Like I said, this young man, he's got so much promise, just like how assured he is, Zadari Scanterbury. He said, good spoke well as well there in the toss. Just seems so assured about himself.
Yes, it's something that I really liked about these youngsters, both Scanterbury and Carrington. When we interviewed them before the toss, Andy, they spoke very, very well. 2 very intelligent youngsters. Starts with a good delivery.
Another dot, so 3 dots to start the over. He's into his 5th over. Carrington.
He's looked really, really good so far this morning. That one is a lovely flowing drive, but fielder does well to get a hand to it. Oh, and it goes through as I was giving them praises. That one goes through the fielders for yet another 4 runs. So Innes, he goes up to 12. What really should not have been a boundary has gone through, releasing a bit of pressure there.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed in the fielder on the boundary coming around to his left. He thought he got there, but he could have probably gotten 2 hands to it. He went with 1 hand and it just eluded him and into the boundary for yet another 4. So 4 more to Innes. He's really catching up now. Couple of boundaries. 12 off some 20 deliveries. Still 1 delivery left in over number 12. 77 for 2. Just being let down by his fielders on that occasion is Carrington.
That's a full delivery, just struck out to the deep cover fielder. Finishes the over with a single. 78 for 2. 12 overs completed. What I really like about Carrington though, Andy, his spell has demonstrated that he's not afraid to utilize variation. We saw a few deliveries darted through. We saw some that he just flighted. And I love to see when a young off spinner is not afraid to utilize his variations. Good bowler Carrington is.
Yeah, he looked good. Not going to be missing in the cricket as the players are going to have a drinks break. So just to give it a little quick recap as it's drinks. So it's being inserted to bat. The Milo Lodge, they're up to 78 for 2. 12 overs completed. Canterbury, he's on 26. Innes, he's on 13. Losing Zari Wilkinson Butcher. He was caught by the keeper, Derterville, off Lamar Rock for 5. And Jaheim Daisley, he was caught by captain Nathan Carrington off the bowling of Isaiah Marshall for 19. So picking up those 2 wickets, the St. Leonard's Boys Schools went. He bowled 2 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Rock 1 over, 1 for 11, very expensive, quite a few wides. Carrington, the captain, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 29. And Marshall, pick of the bowlers so far, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22.
Yeah, so a really good final shaping up here as we go into the first drinks break. 12 overs completed, 78 for 2 as you rightly said. Good match building here indeed. In the meanwhile though, Andy, let's talk about this Everton Weeks Under 13 competition. Before we even talk about the competition, I find that a lot of the youngsters these days, they don't know who Sir Everton Weeks is. And that takes me by surprise because you can't be playing in a tournament. So for any youngsters watching, Andy, let's just have a quick chat about the great man Sir Everton Weeks. Former West Indies batsman, holds the record for the most consecutive test centuries, 5 centuries, and was run out on 90 in the 6 innings. What more can you tell us about Sir Everton Weeks, Andy?
I will ask you, you know which series, who they're playing?
You caught me there, Andy. If I had to guess though, because I was looking this up very recently, was it England?
India.
India, oh. But yes, Sir Everton Weeks. Tell us a bit more about Sir Everton Weeks, Andy Payne.
Tell you one of the 3 famous 3 W's. As you know, there's one of the stands here at Kensington is named in their honor. He also Frank Worrell, also Clyde Walcott. So the 3 W's, there were the 3 prominent players from Barbados. Frank being the captain of the West Indies team in those days, Hall, Griffith, Sobers. Quite a dominant Barbados lineup, really. So Everton, like you said, ever so good batter, very efficient. Lots of centuries, and from all reports, a very good batsman, stroke maker. He's also made his name at Bank Hall Empire. So, man who's also had the distinction of his son playing for West Indies and his grandson playing for Barbados.
Yes, absolutely. A rich legacy that Sir Everton Weeks has left here on Barbados cricket. Now back to the competition. One which has produced so many West Indies and Barbados cricketers. It plays such a pivotal role in the development of these youngsters. And I think, Andy, that is really where it all starts for the youth. It's a tournament that not only hones their skills, but it builds the love for the game. Because at this age, it's all about loving the game.
Yes, and this is where it began. I mean, like you said, on the 13 level, he's also got the Sir Everton Weeks Centre of Excellence here at Kensington Oval. Quite a number of these boys are enrolled in that program. And to have this good organized cricket that the Barbados Cricket Association puts on in his honor just argues well for the continuity of the development of cricket in Barbados.
Absolutely. And speaking of the development of cricket, the ability to play at the region's Mecca, Kensington Oval, I know that every single one of these youngsters today are very excited. They're very happy about the opportunity to play here. I had a chat with the 2 captains. Canterbury told me that he would have played here before, but he's still very, very excited. And Carrington, this is his first time, so a very exciting feeling for the captains. But we're back and ready for play. Tamani Headley, new bowler into the attack, left arm orthodox. And as we welcome back the viewers watching, we welcome back Mr. Andrew Mason. Andrew, good to have you alongside me today. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I think Lodge are doing well as well. 78 for 2 and over number 13. With their captain, they'll take that.
Yes, a delivery just tucked into the leg side. A partnership really building here between Canterbury and Innes. These 2 have looked good since the loss of the last wicket at 59 for 2. So 20 runs partnership building.
Yeah, Kamadi Innes, I adore me. He's a very positive young man. Hits the ball quite nicely. And, you know, Canterbury is a player that you really enjoy watching. Good technique. And if he stays around for a long time, we'd expect Milo Lodge to get a big score here.
Absolutely. Young Tamani Headley, new bowler into the attack. It's always good to see a left arm orthodox bowler.
No, that's good cricket. He wasn't quite to the pitch. We're looking for the big drive and then checking the shot. The extra cover coming across to make the stop. But he's good, Scantlebury. He's 26 from just 20 balls, and he holds the key.
There's a loud appeal there.
That would have started outside the line, the leg stump. I think it was more of an inquiry because I don't think they'd expected that. But good bowling from Headley, keeping it tight just around that leg stump.
Yes, good bowling indeed. He's quite a wicket taker as well. Closes out the over strongly. 79 for 213 completed. But as I was saying, Headley, quite the wicket taker as well, Andrew. Picked up 4 for 6 versus Leicester Vaughan earlier in the competition, and 2 for none versus St. George. So he's one who's been so pivotal for this St. Leonard's side in bowling out sides. Yeah,
and you've certainly been covering this tournament, of course, in your capacity working with the Barbados Cricket Association. How is that going, though? What do you actually do? I know with interest that you do lots of interviews. How did that come about, Rashawn?
Well, the interviews came about with me just doing my own thing, actually. I was
really?
Yeah. I was at home one day, and I told myself that I just wanted to go and highlight some players, so it started out with me interviewing one of the QC boys, and from there, guys continued to ask me for interviews, so it's something that I really enjoy doing, and I've just continued doing it. The Barbados Cricket Association would have realized Mr. Stephen Leslie gave me a call one day and told me that it's something that he would like to see done for the BCA, so from then I've been doing it for the Barbados Cricket Association, collaborating with them on Instagram and what's not to get the players that additional exposure. So I've really been enjoying it so far, and I'm sure the players have been as well.
Do you want to make broadcasts in a career?
Yes, back to your point. Do I want to make broadcasts my career? Well, the overall goal really, Andrew, is commentary. I guess broadcasting would fall under that aspect. So I guess the answer is yes.
Okay, fair enough. It took a little while to answer, but eventually we got that. So you want to be a radio, you want to be a cricket commentator, or you want to generalize?
Yes, cricket commentator, you could say.
But you're doing it on the BCA radio show, and of course the games are being streamed. No doubt about it. You've got the ability, and of course that support is so vitally necessary. The youngsters, they've got to take over, and I think you're doing an excellent job. Just continue to do the good work that you've done so far.
Well, I thank you very much, and it's always good that you mentioned that support, because it wouldn't be possible with guys like yourself, Andy Payne, the Wayne holders that I've worked with, who've really guided me, given me a lot of information so far. So it's good to learn from some of the best in the country. I'm learning each day as I go by. But Millington, new bowler into the attack for St. Leonard's.
Heavy set Millington. A big guy. Doesn't look like 13, really. In fact, if you saw him in Bridgetown and Broadshield, I think he's about maybe 18. He's a big, strong guy.
Well, it's something that I was telling myself before the match started. A lot of these guys look way older than they actually are. So kudos to the parents for feeding them very, very well. Yeah,
it looks as if he eats an extra bit of roti as well. There's a big guy. In fact, if you look at some of the cricketers, I mean, look at they fielded on it wide, long on. He's a big guy. In fact, the man who's batted now, when he's tall and slimly built, the captain, Scantlebury, doesn't look like a 13-year-old at all. Very elegant player to watch. Although, in the last, I'd suggest 2 overs, he's gone into his shell a bit, being maybe too cautious. Got to watch that. You can get out.
Yeah, it's been the result of good bowling from the St. Leonard's side. Millington now starting out, and he's been bang on target, just that one wide in the over. 81 for 2. 14 overs completed. So good start for Millington. Just 2 runs in that over.
So have you, Rashawn, covered a lot of this in terms of interviews, the under-13 tournament?
I actually have not. This would be my first game covering the under-13 competition. I would have been following it, looking at the scores, looking at the results, but this is the first time I'm covering it.
Did you play at all in the under-13 for Queen's College, or did you get a shot?
Yes, absolutely. I was a part of the first ever Queen's College side to win the Sir Everton Weeks on the 13 competition back in 2018.
Who was the captain then?
My captain was Zion Braffett.
Zion Braffett,
Yes,
yes.
good mate of mine.
Yes. Saw him make 100 against, was it Wanderers? Yeah, I think
Yes, Wanderers.
you actually did an interview with him.
I did an interview with him. So, lovely shot there, driven down the ground. Just one run though. But yes, Zion Braffett, he was actually my first ever captain from primary school days.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Went to West Irish Primary,
Okay.
transitioned to Queen's College, captained me
Mm-hmm.
throughout then. And I'll tell you an interesting fact, Andrew. I was a part of the first ever Queen's College on the 13th side to win the Sir Everton Weeks competition.
Okay.
And then we came back, the same group of guys, and won the under 19. So we were the first ever QC side to win the under 19 outright as well, because there was a group that did it before, but that was due to the rain falling. So it was a shared title, but we were the first to ever win it outright.
So in terms of QC boys, who will be some playing under 19 for Barbados the last 2 years or so?
Well, in the last 2 years, you'd have to call the names of Zondre Baptiste, very
Yes.
talented
Mm-hmm.
off-spin all-rounder. Raphael Lovell, left-arm orthodox bowler, very, very skilled with
Captain
the
the
bat
under
as well.
15, I think. Barbados
Yes,
under
yes,
15,
yes,
I
yes.
remember him.
Raphael Lovell as well. There will be Jordan Graham. He was selected for the under 19 team this year.
Mm-hmm.
There would also be the likes of, let me think to myself, Seth Smith.
Said, oh,
Yes, he was also selected for the under 19 team to represent Barbados this year. So quite a lot of cricketers coming out of Queen's College, my alma mater.
I'll tell you this though, young Seth Smith, I like him. I actually think he'll go on to play for Barbados as the keeper. In fact, he's one of the most attractive young batsmen I've seen in a long time. And I certainly wish that he will continue. He's a very elegant batsman, batting in the middle and can keep. And I think he's got a bright future. Lovely to watch, beautiful stroke play.
A beautiful batsman, Seth Smith is indeed. As we see a beautiful shot down the ground, another single. Strike rotation has been good from Innes and Scantlebury. But back to Seth Smith. He's a very, very attractive player, as you said. And I'll tell you a funny story about Seth, actually, as another over comes to an end, 85 for 2. Before I knew anything about Seth Smith, when he was just a first or second former at Queen's College, I saw this boy playing cricket, and he came to me. I think his gloves had ripped or something. Came to me and asked me to borrow a pair of gloves. I lent him a pair of gloves. He came back to me after practice, told me that they were comfortable, and he wanted to keep them. I told him, all right, if you score 50 this weekend, you can keep them. You know what he did? The man went and scored 50 that same weekend, and I ended up being a pair of gloves short, but since then, he's been scoring runs consistently
Yeah,
for Queen's
good player,
College.
good player.
Very, very good player he is.
No doubt about that. In fact, I saw him keep for Barbados in the under-19 tournament. You know, they stream these matches. You could see it. I've done a couple of games. I saw him at Bank Hall about a year or so ago. Very elegant batsman. That's going to be called a wide.
Very, very elegant batsman indeed. And it goes to show he started out as well in the Sir Everton Weeks under 13. I don't think he would have gotten much play though because of COVID. He would have came in during that time. I'd have to ask him if he ever featured.
So what about Lovell, who captained the Barbados under 15 a couple of years ago? What is he doing nowadays?
Well, he's actually on scholarship at a school in England. I
Okay,
can't
nice.
give you the name, but he's been doing very well for himself, scoring lots of runs in the UK, along with Jordan Graham, as we see a lovely cut shot there, but no run. The fielding of St. Leonard's has been very good.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just last couple of overs, they've not been scoring quickly, and sometimes these batsmen can be drawn into error because of a lack of scoring. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Now that's a ball that he got away with. It was full in the leg stump. Innes would have been looking to paddle that away. Got the bottom of the bat. But St. Leonard's, they've come back quite nicely in terms of just bringing that score rate down. It's 5.5. Still good, but the last 2 or 3 overs, things have been rather quiet.
That's another lovely stroke down the ground, picking up another single.
Well, here's a youngster. I mean, we get an opportunity to see these young cricketers. I think Kamani Innes is certainly one for the future. Drives the ball nicely. And this captain has been quite. Just get the feeling that Canterbury wants to make a big statement here, wants to get a big one. He's been very careful.
Yeah, he's certainly been very, very watchful so far. 27 from just 29 deliveries, so he's been very watchful, rotating the strike well, putting away the bad ball. But a very, very good fight back from the St. Leonard side indeed. They've done well to bring down that run rate, just 5.49. Good delivery there.
The other thing too, Rashawn, is the captaincy of the St. Leonard's leader. He's got the backward point, he's got the extra cover and the cover, just saving one. The attack has been just to learn the off stump, so just testing the patience of the Lodge players. 16 gone, 87 for 2.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that captaincy. And first of all, let me say he's a very intelligent guy, because having spoken to him at the toss, he was speaking very, very intelligently. And then you can really see that his leadership skills are up there from the field setting, from the way that he's came on board, rallied his troops, and even from his performances. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was telling Andy that he's been one of the key players for this St. Leonard side throughout the tournament. He has been good with both bat and ball. Nathan Carrington. Tell you a bit more on that after this delivery. Yes, but Nathan Carrington, we've not spoken about him enough. Just to give you some figures, 3 for 4 versus St. George, 2 for 22 versus Foundation, 43 versus Leicester Vaughan, 2 for 26 versus Frederick Smith, and 39 not out.
That's a bad delivery and put away. Down to backward square. Now go for 4. Full toss. And all Innes had to do was to get back into that, and he surely did. And that's gone. So after being tight, just on the top of that middle stump, he strays full in the leg stump and put away.
Classy shot indeed. Just getting delivery angled on the leg stump. And he just gets down on one knee and sweeps it. Very, very nicely played. Prompts the deep square leg fielder to be sent out now. Very well driven down the ground. Another single.
Yeah, he's using the confidence that young Innes. Lovely time of the ball. Get into the pitch. And just not the full-blooded drive. Almost caressing it down to long off for 1. This captain has been very quiet. Suppose he reckons that at 16 overs and 4 balls gone, 92 for 2. If he bats deep in the innings, they could get a very decent score here, Milo Lodge.
That one is swept very fine behind square, and it runs close to the boundary. Will it get all the way though? No, it won't. They'll settle for 2 runs. Very well played from Canterbury.
Yeah, the outfield is a bit heavy. We've had lots of rain in recent times. In fact, we were streaming the game at Bank Hall. It really rained cats and dogs and pigs. I mean, it really has been good for Barbados in the last couple of days. Lots of rain. The outfield is lush green.
Oh, that one is hit aerially, and it's put down. So Canterbury gets another life. That's the big chance that goes down. How detrimental could that be?
That should have been taken. I think Canterbury, because he's been so quiet, all of a sudden didn't get to the pitch. Maybe he should play his natural game. You just get the feeling that, I don't know if he's playing on the instructions, but it is pretty clear to me that he's been very careful, very watchful, and that should have been taken as extra cover.
Absolutely, and it's not up to his standards because he's a very, very good fielder. Saw him taking that catch earlier in the innings, so I'm sure he'd be a bit disappointed with himself. But Canterbury, on the other hand, he'll be very happy with it. Gets another life, and as they say, after you get a life, you must cash in. So I'm sure that's what he'll be looking to do after being put down.
So we start over number 18. Let me remind you that the action started at 11 o'clock. And St. Leonard's won the toss and chose to bowl. That's going to go close to the boundary. It's a wide delivery. And we'll get a second run here. Guinness has been trying to pick up the pace here. He's actually faced 37 balls for his 27 now. It's gone to 96 for 2. So the 100 beckons at the region's Mecca.
That's another good delivery there. Good bowling from Millington.
Yeah, we were speaking about the field setting of the captain of the St. Leonard's team. He's got the backward point, well, more short point now. There's an extra cover, and there's a cover, all saving a single, but there's protection on the extra cover boundary.
Yes, I love this field setting here from the young captain. Coverage at every part of the field. Deep cover in place, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket. So there's coverage in both the offside, the leg side, and straight down the ground.
Nathan Carrington is the captain of the St. Leonard's team. Oh, goes through the fielder. Wrong-footed. They'll get a second here, I would imagine, comfortably. And this comes back. Completely wrong-footed there. And went down to cover. Should have been an easy stop. But Laws wouldn't mind that at all. Guinness continues to bat well.
Just forward and blocks that one. So, another over comes to an end. 18 done, 98 for 2.
Well, the last time cricket was played here would have been back in December when your team, Queen's College, played against Lodge, and Lodge actually won. And as we said, it's a good thing on the part of the Barbados Cricket Association to ensure that all finals are actually played here. And I'm sure these youngsters will be quite happy to come to Kensington over, the region's Mecca. Means so much to many people. And when you come here, you see the Malcolm Marshall end, the Joe Garner end, the Greenwich Lane stand, the 3Ws.
Yeah,
Sir Garfield Sober's Pavilion, the Hall and Griffith stand. These are great Barbadian names. These are cricketers that would have inspired the world with their magnificent performances. Legends of the game.
Legends of the game indeed, and I'm sure that that even makes it a more exciting experience for the youngsters to be playing where the greats once played, knowing that they too can walk that path and become great one day. Well, they're already great, but become great in the sense of representing the West Indies and Barbados and leaving a legacy of their own. So I'm sure that these youngsters will be very, very happy to play here today.
Yep, look at that. Beautiful, one of the best venues in the world. We call it the region's Mecca. Some don't like for us to say that, but I mean, when you speak to fellow broadcasters, someone like a Philip Spooner, he reckons that this venue is certainly one of the best in the world, no doubt about that. Eden Gardens, of course. Many people like Sydney, of course, Lords in England. Here's headed to continue. We start over number 19.
Delivery just down the leg side. Probably clipped thigh pad there because no wide was singled. Have you ever had the privilege of playing here at the Kensington Oval?
No,
Andrew?
not at all. I've had the privilege of doing commentaries for quite a long time. In fact, I would have started as a youngster, like yourself actually, I mean, doing commentaries along. Actually, my first test match would have been in 1983, West Indies versus India. I just started actually to, in fact, that's an interesting one because as a no ball is called by umpire, is that a no ball she called? Let's just have a check.
Yes,
that.
it is a no ball.
So, no ball is called. Why would a spinner bowl a no ball here? Well, let's see. It's being punished. It's going to go down to backwards. It may not have the legs to get there, but we'll get a second. Outside the leg stump. Backwards square has to come across to the right to make the start. But of course, you know, those were the days when, you know, you come to Kensington Oval, so many people watching. And nowadays they don't come as they used to. Of course, the CPL is just around the corner. West Indies are preparing to do battle against Sri Lanka. That game, test match, starts in Antigua on Thursday. Reckon the West Indies can do well, Rashawn?
Well, as long as the West Indies is playing, I'm sure that they can do well. They've looked very good coming off of that series victory against Sri Lanka, so I'm sure they would look to carry that form into this test series. Very strong squad.
Yeah, in fact, Darren Sammy, the coach of the West Indies team, was saying he's happy to have his four-prong pace attack back. I heard that this morning. So we'll examine what he means by that. I'm not quite sure that they're four, but got Alzari Joseph, Sylvester Joseph, and Jaden Seals. Who's the fourth big fast bowler there? Kemar Roach?
Kemar Roach. But
Okay.
you know, said Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Kemar Roach, and Jaden Seals.
And Jaden
right,
Seals.
that was already four.
Okay. That's a good attack. Well, Kemar Roach has got a wonderful record in Antigua at the Sylvan Richards Stadium. That's another poor delivery. And got away with that, but down to backward square. Bit of a fumble by the fielder on the boundary. Just a single to a very quiet Scantlebury. So, 102 for 2. 19 overs gone. It's going to be interesting when we look at that test match, the actual construct of the 11. I reckon if Kemar Roach plays, well then, I'm not sure that Jamal Warkin, who has been appointed the vice captain, will get into the side. But here at Kensington Oval, the Milo Lodge being inserted, losing Wilkinson Butcher for 5, and Daisley for 90. But the captain, Scantlebury, is 32 from 41 balls, and Innes 27 from 41, but still some batting to come. No doubt the St. Leonard's team looking to make a breakthrough here. These two have done a good job in terms of constructing a strong foundation on which to build. Captain has been rather solid. Here's Millington to continue.
Just presents the full bat face. Get a single. Good sharp fielding.
Yeah, but he's in no man's land. It's always interesting that captains tend to put a fielder almost like a deepish mid-on. You're not going to stop the single, and very often when a batsman hits the ball, it could go over his head. Now he's gone back a bit, so he's deep mid-on. Maybe better just to come, I'd say 10, 15 paces forward and stop that single.
Yeah, it's a very interesting field indeed. So my apologies. A very interesting field indeed. Because regardless of if the ball comes to him or not, it's still a single. It's in no man's land, just between the 30-yard circle and the boundary.
Yeah, he's something that a lot of captains do. In fact, there's so many things nowadays in cricket that, in the old time days, you had the conventional mid-on. Nowadays, that mid-on is whitish.
That one goes up in the air. Fielder settles, and he takes a good catch, and the celebration comes out.
Now, that's interesting, because here we go. The fielder halfway back, we were making the point that he's in no man's land, and the catch is taken up at a deep mid-on area, and Innes gives his hand away. I think he's very disappointed with that, really. It was not a threatening delivery by any stretch of the imagination, but to just get into that shell there, these two, Scantlebury and Innes, maybe not playing their natural game, and he holds out down at deep mid-on, and St. Leonard's striking 103 for 3. Innes goes for 27.
A lovely reverse catch taken by Zayden Went. What a catch that was, and what I loved about it was the celebration. A bit of West Indian flair in that celebration. Always good to see the youngsters enjoying the cricket, but a big scalp there for the St. Leonard's side. Innes has to go back. Let's have a look at the replay. Flighted delivery. Just takes a couple steps to his left. Few back as well. Catches it. And the celebration comes out.
Yep. He's ready for crop over.
More than ready.
Yeah, good catch. Good captaincy too. It's not often that happens where you have the fielder, or as we say, no man's land, but it worked. And the captain will say, I told you so. Big wicket, as you said. Innes is one of their key batsmen. Just thought today that he was ultra defensive. I don't know if they're playing on instructions, I suppose, with 35 overs, but sometimes when you just defend like that, you get a ball, then you get out. It's always good to see cricketers, as Paris comes to the crease, play the natural game. Anyhow, I'm sure that St. Leonard's won't mind that. They've got an important wicket.
Well, new batsman to the crease, Keenan Paris. Right-handed batsman. Comes to join his skipper, Scantlebury. So that wicket creates a scenario now, Andrew, where Scantlebury, who's been very watchful, very patient, he has to be the aggressor and step up, continue what Innes was doing. Innes wasn't the most aggressive, but you can see the intention. He was trying to score. Just leaves alone the first delivery. Andrew, this has been the first time for the season that a team has scored 100 plus against St. Leonard's. That just goes to show how impressive their bowling has been.
Yeah. Without a good opening, the captain bowled a couple of wides, but these spinners are interesting. They're very slow. Have a look at this bowler here, Millington. Very, very slow indeed. But they've been effective. And the St. Leonard's team certainly doing very well. Well coached by Anthony Short. Of course, Jonathan Carter had a stint there as well. And the great Collis King, the former West Indies all-rounder, who did so very well in the 1979 World Cup when the West Indies won. And the innings that people still talk about when he got together with the great man Sir Vivian Richards and won the game comfortably. 20 gone. Milo Lodge inserted in the sunshine of the region's Mecca, 104 for 3.
Well, in my chat with Coach Stewart before the game, he was telling me that he would like to see his side continue that good run of form with the ball. If they could, they would try to restrict the Lodge School to less than 100 runs. But I don't think that he'd be disappointed with the current situation, although they've surpassed 100. 104 for 3, 20 overs down, 15 remaining. Would you be concerned as a coach at this point?
Well, I think 104 for 3, 15 overs to go. Your captain is there. I would think that Lodge, although they've lost Innes, they will feel that once I think Scantlebury bats to the end, they should get a decent score. But, you know, St. Leonard's, they've really come back quite nicely. And it is pretty clear that Scantlebury wants to bat right through to the end, but he's got to score as well. He's got to maybe just ultra defensive here now. These spinners have done a good job. Headley's been good. They'll get a run. Ball goes down towards that mid-off area. Maybe the captain may be tempted to, for this new batsman, just to bring the fielder in. That mid-off, deepish up to conventional mid-off. Scantlebury's got the strike now.
Well, you talked about Scantlebury being very watchful. I personally wouldn't complain about it, although I do feel as if he could score on some deliveries. When I look back at the games that the Lodge School has played, Scanterbury and Innes, they've been scoring the bulk of the runs, so I'm sure that Scanterbury would be telling himself that he has to bat right through, get as many as possible. They would not want to lose another wicket. Well played.
Yeah, I think he just, as they say, biding his time, just picking up the singles, waiting for that loose ball to come along. These two spinners have been generally pretty good. Left arm spinner in Headley. Millington has done a good job as well. But just for Paris, who's come to the crease, the captain, maybe just should be looking, maybe just bringing that long off into mid-off and possibly the mid-wicket into that mid-wicket area. The mid-wicket is about 10, 15 meters inside the boundary. There's also long on as well. Yeah, I don't know, you would want to give that single away. Put some bit of pressure on him. So that long off could in fact come up to mid-off and stop the single. He's just come to the crease, but captain, he's got other ideas. So another over comes to an end. 107 for 3, 21 gone.
Yes, Millington, another tidy over. 1 for 10 in his 4. Been very economical as he's been doing throughout the entire tournament. The Lodge School, 107 for 3. Scanterbury, he's still there. 34 from 44 deliveries. I'm sure he'll be eyeing that half century first and then look to carry on and get as many as possible for his side. But in the meanwhile, we're here at Kensington Oval for the finals of the Everton Week's Under-13 Schools competition.
Yeah, the pitch has played pretty well, no doubt about that, in terms of what we've seen so far. 107 for 3. And interesting battle. Next half an hour will be of great interest, particularly with Canterbury and Paris at the crease. So Millington to continue.
That's good bowling. Paris, though, I've noticed something about him. He's just shaping up to hit a lot of these deliveries to the leg side. Or his stance is very, very open. Let's have a look at it. Right, he's struggling a bit with those balls outside the line of the off stump. We can see there his front foot is not getting across to the pitch of the ball. Perhaps the bowlers have noticed that as well. They'll look to exploit that.
Yeah, but Millington has been good. He's got, as you said, 1 for 10. This is his 5th over, so the big wicket of Innes, and he's just tempting the Lodge batsman. He's done well. Very easy action, very slow as a bowler. In fact, if you remember someone like well before Andy Payne was born, there was a left-arm spinner from India called Bishan Bedi. He took a year and a half to get to, which is similar. And in Bob Innes' cricket, he reminds me of the left-arm spinner Charles Griffith, who would have played a lot of cricket for Banks. Yeah, yes. But of course, there's another Charles Griffith, but he was quick. I'm talking, ladies and gentlemen, about the Charles Griffith that played for Banks, left-arm spinner, nicknamed Taylor. But he's very slow indeed. Bowls him! Through the gate! St. Leonard's getting the wicket of Paris, and they've done well in the last 20 minutes or so. Innes departing, followed by Paris, and 107 for 3. Well done to St. Leonard's.
No surprise there whatsoever. Paris was just struggling to score against Millington, and Millington, he stuck to his guns, consistently put the ball right in front of Paris, and he gets that reward. So Millington gets his 2nd wicket, 2 for 10 in 4.4 overs, 107 for 4. St. Leonard's strike again.
So 21 overs and 4 balls gone, 107 for 4. Whose advantage in your view? Is it even Stevens, or would you say St. Leonard's?
I would say that it's even Stevens, and I'll tell you why. Because
I'm keen to know.
the St. Leonard's side, they've been very dominant with the ball, as I said, but they haven't scored that many runs throughout this tournament. I can't recall a time I've seen them score past 150. I'll just have a look now.
Have a look, yeah, take your time. we'll be quite keen to get that information from you.
Yeah, so let's have a look at it. In Series 1, St. Leonard's, a low-scoring game. St. Leonard's bowled out St. George for 28. They got 29 for 1 quite easily. Series 2, they bowled out Foundation for 51. Series 3, St. Leonard's, 209 for 3. So they got up to 200 there. Godson Boyne, 64 in that game. Series 5, St. Leonard's, 111 all out. They still won though, bowled out Frederick Smith for 80, and in Series 6, they bowled out Commermere, not bowled out Commermere, in the semi-finals. Commermere 99 for 5, and they chased them down quite easily, 100 for 3. So, 1 200 plus score for St. Leonard's, as we see coach giving Scantlebury a bit of treatment.
Yeah, and it's interesting that that he's come up, because I saw him on his haunches, that he was bending over quite a bit. Don't know if there's exhaustion or what, and maybe it's as a result he's holding his back now. Scantlebury, I hope he's okay, but just after a while he just looks so different, and well, I really hope he's okay. They're gonna have a bit of a refreshment break now, but he's slowed a lot. 34 from 44 balls and 35 over game. That's not bad at all, but you just get the feeling that he may very well be not all that well, but we'll never know. I see Clifton Phillips, the coach, has come out to have a word with him, but he's got a big job to do here, because he's lost Innes and now Parish, and at 107 for 4, 21 overs and 4 balls gone, you would think that St. Leonard's are quite happy.
Yes, I do hope that all is well with Scantlebury, but just to wrap up what I was saying, Andrew, I think it's even Stevens, because 107 for 4 runs on the board for the Lodge School, and you know, as they say, it's always better to have runs on the board.
Just remind me of the highest score so far.
Their highest score was 209 for 3.
And that was against?
Leicester Vaughan. And then they bowled out Leicester Vaughan for 27.
Oh, wow. So 209. Yeah, I think I'd suggest maybe the next half an hour is going to be of great importance. I think if Canterbury stays, and then of course he can bat with the middle order and then the lower order. We're actually into the middle order now. They'd like to maybe try to get 200 here, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens. 35 overs. The rate has dropped considerably, because at one stage it was over 7. It's now 4.94 as the players refresh themselves. Milo Lodge 107 for loss of 4.
Well, as the players refresh themselves, I'll certainly refresh myself as well. And I'll invite Andy Payne back into the booth. So, as it stands, 107 for 4, 21.5 overs completed. Andy Payne will now rejoin you, Andrew.
Just before you go, some interesting action there. There he is. There's a big gap between bat and pad as he played at Millington and lost his off stump. Yes, I mean, he wasn't committed at all. Good work by Mr. Green's team. Mr. Blendman is the big guy today, making sure that everything goes out nicely. Thank you, Mr. Blendman, who of course is the technical director. I think there's a different name for them. They've got these interesting names. So a couple of people have gathered at the Kensington Oval Overcast, but still some support. Of course, the parents and the family will certainly come to watch the youngsters play. Just think that going forward there could be just a bit more promotion of it, because of course importantly, once the word gets out that cricket is on and being streamed, then you expect some more. There's some music here as well at the ground, so many schools are looking forward to that long holiday, exams completed. So please come to Kensington Oval and watch a battle of the under-13s. Milo Lodge out of St. John Deep and Rural Barbados, and St. Leonard's just in the outskirts of the nation's capital. And the action will continue. As I said, interesting stage now with Scantlebury, the captain of the Milo Lodge team. He's got a lot of work to do. He's got to shepherd a flock and hope that his team can get a score that they can defend.
Yes, Andrew. So with that, new batsman comes to the crease, and a new commentator will come to the crease after this over. Left-handed batsman just taking his guard.
So Hines is the new batsman, and he elects to go onto the back foot to one. He might have come forward to it. But these St. Andrews spinners have done an excellent job. They've been able to do two things. One, get those important wickets, and of course the economy is very, very good. So, interesting stage, 107 for 4, 21 gone. So Wilkinson Butcher, just 5. Daisy looked good for a while, 19. Scanterbury batted through. The captain is there. But then Kamani Innes, he has been one of their top batsmen, 27. That's a big wicket to get. Captain, no doubt, will know, as Andy Payne joins me, what he's got in the tank. He must know that. Does he have players that he can depend on? Would he have to maybe go into second gear? I don't know really. But for sure, he is an important cog in Lodge's wheel. Hello, Andy. Nice to see you. Interesting stage now. 22 overs and 1 ball gone, 108 for 4. When you were last on, Lodge were doing better.
Yeah, they were doing a lot better, Andrew. Losing 2 wickets at that point. But here it is now, Scantlebury, and he's got Hines with him. Scantlebury, he's got to carry on. He's lost his momentum a bit. You saw the physio coming out there and doing a bit of treatment on his back, but he's got a lot to do. He would want to go all the way to the end.
Yeah, I think he recognised that having lost the wicket of Kamani Innes to a shot that I'm sure he wouldn't want to see again. He just hit the ball and was caught on it deep mid-on. And certainly would have been disappointed with his dismissal, but he's a good player. And the captain has set his souls out to bat to the very end. There are 35 overs available. We're into over number 23.
Yes, and good bowling by this spin pair in tandem. They've bowled really well, Millington and Headley.
It's got the protection of the backward square boundary. Bit of a fumble from Millington. So, Andy Payne, 110 for 4. What kind of score you think Milo Lodge will be looking for here?
Well, I think they will want to get up to anything around 180, but a lot will depend on this man, Scantlebury. He's the linchpin there. He's the man to take them there. Like I said, the spinners here, they've done their work, Headley and Millington. They've still got Headley, he's now trying to close out his 6th one after this. Millington, he's got another 2, so that takes them up to at least 25 overs. So remaining 10, they will want to put at least some 60, 70 runs on the board.
Yeah, they've been good. I think just testing the patience of the Milo Lodge batsman. Another good over from Headley. So, 23 gone. Milo Lodge being asked to bat at Kensington, 110 for 4.
Yes, and that total, like you rightfully said, they're now scoring at some 4.78. You know, earlier in the piece, they were well over 5. So the spinners have really pulled it back. Like I said, if they will want to get up to a total of anything 170 or thereabout. Is that your cousin, Andrew?
Yeah, he is very much with his mum. Of course, that's Shaunico Sargent, who would have played successfully for the Lodge team. In fact, he was here in the at Kensington Oval last December when they beat Queen's College. Saw him in the outfield. I thought he was actually going to be playing. But he's obviously more than 30 now. Good player.
Yeah, I think
Loves his cricket.
That was actually his dad, Sean.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
That was Sean, yes.
And not Shaunico.
That was Sean.
Same pot of pumpkin, as they say.
Your mother will be very disappointed.
Yeah, I think she would be. But certainly in terms of Shawnee, he's here because you actually saw him on the outfield. Don't know if maybe he's the assistant coach. But this has been interesting cricket from Millington, who has been very tight, picking up 2 for 10 in his 6th over.
I'm sure the St. Leonard's team, they'll be very happy with this spell of bowling, like you said, between the spinners in tandem. Just really pull it back. And like you said, he's bowled that slow, teasing type of slow bowling.
Yep. Captain just pushing it down to long off for 1. Would love to get the support of Hines here. Hines has faced 5 balls for his run. But this is an interesting period because if they can get a wicket, particularly Canterbury, they'll feel that they could restrict the Milo Lodge to maybe under 150.
Yes, and like you said, he's a big snapper, in your words. But yeah, they will want to get him, see the back of him. I think he really stands between that 150 and that 170 total.
Yeah, another single. Pushed up towards that wide long off area. So up the keeper's arc because the ball actually came in, hit the stumps, and I think the bails might have just gone into his eyes. Hope he's okay. Young keeper. Never tell. Yes.
Yeah, I think he was definitely struck by the bail.
Yep.
Return coming in and hitting the stumps on the full. And the bail's just ricocheting.
Well, no one has come out, so I suppose, yeah, in fact, now someone is going to come out. Don't think he's a physio by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just a parent.
It's the coach.
Oh, it's a coach.
Anthony Stewart. Yep. Anthony Stewart, you know Anthony Stewart.
Yeah, played for
BCL.
Was it BCL? Yeah, BCL. He's come out a pretty decent cricketer as well.
Yep.
Talking about Anthony Stewart up at BCL, nowadays not the BCL of the past, but I think Jonathan Carter had to stick with him recently as well.
Yeah, he was doing some work with the St. Leonard's side for a while, Carter. But now Stewart's the man there.
How good was Stewart as a cricketer?
Stewart's a very good cricketer. I mean, he played in the professional leagues in the UK as well. You know, he's the son of Nolan Clark.
Yes, of course.
Nolan Clark celebrated his 78th yesterday.
Yes, I saw that on social media.
Yes.
Very stylish player for Spartan and for Barbados.
And for Holland.
And for Holland. Did so very well. So here's Canterbury.
It's good to have the guidance of someone like Stewart amongst these youngsters. Like you said, St. Leonard's, you know, having produced the likes of Ryan Hines and before that Adrian Watson, and sure you'll come up with a few names. He spoke about Collis King, who was there doing some coaching work as well. As that one goes over the rope and into the boundary for 4. So Captain Canterbury picks up another 4. Millington this time guilty, getting a bit too full and can't close out that over. Andrew, he's bowled his 6th. They'll concede 60 runs at the end of 24 overs there, 116 for 4.
Yeah, it was a full toss, and all Canterbury had to do was to get back onto it. Went down to backward square, as you said, for a welcome boundary. And interesting, the tactics now from St. Leonard's with the 2 spinners and Headley and Millington bowling in tandem for a long time. Did he go back to a medium pacer? We just have to wait and see.
I think he might just want to see the end of Headley and then go to the medium paces. As I have a look at this one, he said full and on the legs and getting a lot of bat onto that one is Canterbury. And easy boundary for him. So continues to be good. Like he said, he slowed down considerably, but he walks the bat to the end.
And he's gone, caught behind. Edge, catch taken. St. Leonard's are celebrating. And Lodge, they lose another wicket. Well bowled to the left arm spinner, Millington.
That's Headley.
Oh, Headley.
Timani Headley picking up his wicket this time, taking the outer edge of the left hand bat. This one just taking it away with the arm and coming out with a neat catch, the keeper. And they've lost yet another wicket, Andrew. So again, losing wickets around the captain, but good work by the spinners from St. Leonard's.
Yeah, and in fact, when you look at the two singles that Paris got, there were full tosses. He was able to push down to long off. But that length ball there was beautifully bowled by Headley, and the outside edge was found, and the catch taken. But this represents some concern, I would imagine, though, for the Lodge team, because I'd say an hour ago they were going quite nicely. And what will their captain do here? As I said, we must know how good these guys are at the bottom end of the innings. He may even have to consider, although it may be a funny statement to make, he may have to farm the bowling, because if they're not that adept at batting. But have a look at that. Yes, a push, catch taken, big edge. And umpire Welch had an easy decision to make there. And all of a sudden, you see St. Leonard's with a interesting field. There's a short point, there's an extra cover, and there's a cover very close. That's a full delivery. Should have been put away by McCollin.
Yeah, he got away with that. He's lucky on that occasion, Headley.
Headley's been very good. He's picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, he'd be more happy to bowl that line, Andrew, to the left-hander. McCollin also a left-hander. He's taking the edge of left-handed Hines early in the over. Well, those are the deliveries he will want to close out his spell with.
That's a lovely drive. Get into the pitch of it and drive it down towards long off for one. So Canterbury comes back into the strike. He's the important cog in the wheel of Lodge. Oh, that's going to drop in front of the fielder down at long on. Went a long way in the air, but dropping well in front of him. Was there a little bit of desperation about that shot there? I think he maybe is in two minds now. Should I attack? Should I just work the ball around? That was one that could have easily gone down to long on and be caught, but it dropped in front of the fielder coming in.
Yeah, I think you called that one very well. Like you say, could be in two minds. If he needs to attack, if he's going to farm the strike, he's going to try to get as many runs as he can on the board. But this is good bowling by Headley. Like you said, Headley and McCollin in tandem. Sorry, Millington in tandem. They've bowled very well.
Have you seen McCollin before? No.
Oh, first time seeing McCollin.
All right. Well, he's had a lovely drive down to long off. Let's see how he goes. So Headley's got one ball left of this spell. He's been good. Left arm spin, uncomplicated, but very effective. Well, that's got to go towards the boundary, and we'll get there as well. Welcome boundary for Lodge. Goes through mid wicket. Badly line and put away.
McCollin, like you said, he's got a couple of shots. That one on the leg stump and hit well over the mid-wicket region for four. He spoke about the flowing drive previous a couple of deliveries, but that one was well put away. And Headley, he'd be disappointed at the way how he closed out his spell. And he overcomes to then 122 for 5. 25 overs completed, Andrew.
So we've got 10 left now. Let's start to look into the crystal ball of Andy Payne. 122 for 5. Your captains, Canterbury there, 42 from 53 balls. McCollin, big left-hander. What do you think Lodge will be looking for here now?
I'm still thinking 118 will
180?
be the target. Like you said, with the captain there, he's got the ability to get the ball over the rope. It looks like McCollin is a good ally to have. Just doing some background checks. Akeem McCollin from the Gladiola side. I think this is his younger brother.
Okay. All right. So Millington to continue. And Canterbury with the bat as broad as Messiah Street. Will want to stay right until the end. Got to run in. Extra cover. Couldn't get across in time. And they got the run. So McCollin has got 4 balls to deal with here. Although he may be a much better batsman than I'm giving him credit for. He played a lovely drive. Sometimes you get that because it was a length ball, but then he got a bad delivery and put it away. So we'll see how he goes here, McCollin. So far he's shaped up quite well.
As we say, he's got some batting pedigree. His
Yeah.
dad's Kenny McCollin as well. His dad played quite a lot in my time, lots of tape ball cricket. Very competent player as well. So
Do they still play tape ball cricket in Barbados? A lot, do they?
yes, tape ball is
Oh.
big in the country, man.
Tape ball cricket. Of course, we used to play a lot of wind ball cricket at Skeets Bay in St. Philip, up in Bayfield. Now, it's gone square in the offside. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Should we pull back just about now to get a second? Well, McCollin, yes, looks as if he can bat a bit. Looks pretty busy as well. Big, strong young man.
He looks a shot maker.
So where do they play a lot of tape ball cricket?
Tape ball is played all around. There's some massive tournaments.
Yep.
There's
Yeah. There's a
tourna-
police tournament there as well. Yeah.
tournament was played at Weymouth. That's
Weymouth,
correct.
yes.
It was also played in the Glebe.
The Glebe.
Yep.
Lots of big crowds as well watching.
Some massive crowds.
Let's go going down the leg side.
Very well populated tape ball, man.
Yep. Do you play?
No, I don't play anymore. I'm
Retired?
Giving up on that.
Okay. Good decision.
You know, you being my agent.
Yes. There's an area outer parts tournament that is played at Weymouth.
Yeah.
When does that normally
Champion of
play?
champions.
Yeah.
It's early January, February. A&A other parts like you rightfully said, and Fusion Boutique.
Yeah, Fusion Boutique, yeah.
Put on quite a good show.
Understand they had good crowds.
Massive crowds.
When are they going to play again?
I think it goes again in January.
Oh, it's always in
So it's
January.
finished.
Goes for about, what, 2 months or so?
Well, it goes for about 2 months.
Long time. Well sponsored.
Very well sponsored. Good prizes.
Oh, good. He plays across it, not this stroke you'll want to see on primetime sports, but got away with it, played across it, gets to run down to that position of long on. So he's busy already, but Collins got 8 from 8, 26 gone, 126 for 5.
Yeah, he's that type of player who looks to get on with it, McCollin. So I think that's the perfect foil for Scanterbury, taking the pressure off Scanterbury, who's now don't have to do the bulk of the scoring on his own. So McCollin, a man who looks like he can get on with it. You see Headley here. You see that bad ball and put away there by McCollin. So just showing that he's no slouch with the bat, really, that he can get the ball away. So the spinners are completed, the allotment, Andrew.
Yep. So what do you think they'll do? Go back quite naturally to the medium paces?
Well, I think the captain in Carrington, he's still got another 2 overs as well.
Right.
So he might need to get his out of the way as well.
So the captain comes back and attack, Nathan Carrington. Little man. Can you imagine him captain these big guys and they feel like Headley? Very tiny. He's got the ball a bit of off spin. Oh, he's in. First ball is pushed up the pitch. So he comes back and attack now, Carrington. None for 29 from 5 overs and 1 ball. Oh, that bet a long way there up on the onside. It'd be interesting to see in terms of how he would have been selected as captain. What would have gone into the thinking of those making the decisions?
Obviously not size.
No. That's a good, lovely push down towards that long on area. I'm always intrigued to find out how they arrive at these captains at such a young age.
But yeah, I had a chat with him at the toss, and he seems very assured.
Okay,
Yeah,
spoke
he
well.
Spoke very well.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he was sure that.
Should get him on base in the guest this evening. You
should
recommend
got him.
that?
You should get him. You should
Yeah.
get him on, Andrew.
I'm struggling to get guests, so maybe speak to Nathan Carrington this evening on Mason
So
and guests.
he would do an excellent job.
I think
for you.
so. Get my listeners back.
Correct.
So Canterbury. So this is captain to captain. Oh, he goes. That's a big, big snapper to catch. Canterbury departs. It's a loose shot. Just get the feeling he was in two minds as to whether to attack or defend. And that's a big, big wicket for the St. Leonard's team. 127 for 6. Canterbury goes for 43.
A deserving wicket for Carrington. Like you said, he bowled the first spell. He had to come on a bit early as his pacers weren't doing very well. And he just did a good job there. He didn't get the wicket in that first spell. But here he is now. Comes back at the back end of the innings. I'm picking up the big wicket of Zadarius Canterbury for 43. The captain, Carrington, he's done a good job leading his men well. He said he'd bowled the spinners in tandem. And now he's come back at the back end. He still had 2 overs left. And to get that wicket of Canterbury, you will think that he's put his team in an excellent position to try to get the remainder of these batters out at this stage. So 127, if you have a look here, outside the off stump with Given, and he goes for an expansive shot coming off the outer edge and going down to backward point where a good catch was taken, and he's got to make his way back into the pavilion. So good work by Nathan Carrington, the captain. Scoring rate just continues to decline a bit. The run rate is now at 4.76. Still 8.2 overs remaining. Sure, he's got to go back to his pacers at some point, but I think he's made the right move and bring himself on. So Ford, the new batter, starts with a dot deliveries, Carrington. So this is a good over. Over number 27, being bowled by the captain. Yet another left-handed batter, Ford. Brings his man forward. All he could do is defend. So 27 overs completed. Successful over for Nathan Carrington. He's picked up the wicket of his opposite numbers, Zadarius Canterbury. 127 for 6, 27 completed. So really pulling himself back into this game, St. Leonard's boys. Millington, he's completed his allotment, 2 for 20 from 7. So he's really done an excellent job in the middle overs. He's now have to be replaced by a new bowler from that, the Malcolm Marshall in. So wait to see the bowler. McCollin, he looks good. Looks a man who likes to play a few shots. Quite a lot will depend on him. They're going to bat the remaining 8 overs. So it's Isaiah Marshall. He's a new bowler. He's going to come back in. From this time, he'll be bowling from the Malcolm Marshall in. So Marshall from the Marshall in.
Yep. But 127 for 6 now, Andy Payne. I would suggest that advantage to St. Leonard's.
Starts with a full pitch. No ball. Signal there by Reese. Just getting it too high over the head of the batter as he comes back for a second spell. Isaiah Marshall, he was pretty good, Andrew. His first 4 overs, just 1 for 23. I think he came in under a bit of pressure. Remember, there was bowling quite a few extras, quite a few wides by the opening pair of Wet. Went and Rock. Remember, they started a bit wayward, and then Marshall came in with the captain and they kind of put a bit of steady on things. And here he is for his second spell.
Just a single. So McCollin has looked okay so far. Ford has joined him. They lost their captains Canterbury in the last over. That's a big, big wicket. And they may struggle to get to 180, what you were thinking about, but you never know.
Yeah, I thought when Canterbury was there, that would have been the target. But he said he lost momentum, and then he just kind of lost his way. Was a bit unsure at how he should go about the batting.
That's a bad delivery, and they should get a second here. They will. Full toss. Played down towards that square leg area for 2. So he's gotten a couple of bad deliveries so far, McCollin. He's gone into double figures now. The rate is under 5, and they've lost more than half the wickets. Inside edge onto the pad. The bowler was quite keen to go up with the appeal there, but clearly the inside edge onto the pad. But they've come back very well, said Leonard's here.
Yes, like I said, a good bowling. As Rashawn Hackett was emphasizing a bit earlier, that they've done the main work to get to this final with their bowling, and you've seen why. Seems to be a strong bowling side, the unit. As you saw the spinners in tandem, like I said, between Headley and Millington, and Carrington himself. Those 3 spinners have really put a hold on things.
Well, it's gone past the keeper. And welcome runs here for the Milo Lodge team. They get 2. The umpire signals were wide, so they get 3 for that. These runs are like gold dust now for Milo Lodge.
Yeah, just more extras continue to add to the total. So it's just been a bit ill-disciplined in that aspect of it, the St. Leonard's boys.
Well, I want to be inspired by Matt Fingal's fighting back. Of course, legend up at that school. Yeah, but I'd really be looking to McCollin and Ford to really get them up to that 180 that Andy Payne is talking about.
Yeah, I think that's fell away ever since the dismissal of
Yeah, I think so, yeah. They'll do well to get there. But McCollin may fool all of us. So, that over comes to an end. The St. Leonard's team doing well. Milo Lodge, 134 for 6.
Yes, I saw Isaiah Marshall coming back into the attack there. Just bothered by a few wayward deliveries wide down the leg side. He also started with a no ball over the waist of the batter. I'll say that he's been pretty good. And they will want to keep the extras out of the total. McCollin, like you said, he's got the ability to score. He looks like a shot maker. And Ford, who's been there 2 from 6, he just probably needs to stick around, build a partnership here with McCollin and try to bat out the remaining 7 overs.
So the captain, Nathan Carrington, will continue. Successful in the last over when he got the captain of the Milo Lodge team out. Canterbury departed for 43. That was a big wicket to get. We start over number 29 now. That's a poor delivery and put away. We'll have the legs to get close to the boundary. And McCollin, who's very busy already, gets another run.
Yes, McCollin, like you said, he's got that ability to score. 1 short.
Oh.
Signal there by Welch, umpire Welch.
Mm-hmm. Eagle-eyed.
So, just naughty.
this is sensible batting by McCollum. Just waiting for that bad ball. It would perhaps come some time, just biding his time. He's had a couple. He's been able to hit a couple of boundaries as well. Play that quite nicely up towards that wide mid-on area.
Another good delivery there by Carrington. Not getting too full. That's the key to it. Don't get too full to him.
Yeah, he played a short ball off the front foot on that occasion. So that's what you're waiting for, that full delivery. Got it low on the bat, got a run down towards that long on area. We want to try and get support from Ford here, who's got 2 from 6. He's a left-hander as well. Heavy set.
Yes, just one legal delivery left in his spell here, Carrington, and he'd be happy to bowl to Ford, like he said, not one who looks like he can get the ball away like McCollum.
Yep, would want to bowl a loose one here because we've seen that today. Yeah, that's a good one. Back on target. Good performance from the captain of St. Leonard's, completing his 7th over. Picked up 1 for 32, 29 gone. Milo Lodge 136 for 6.
Yeah, good spell by the captain in the contents of things. Like you said, he probably came into the attack a bit earlier than he was wanted to. Remember his opening bowlers and Went and Rock were a bit wayward, bowling quite a few wides in that opening spell. And he came in over number 3. And he carried on for some 5 overs in his spell. And then coming back in there and bowling 2 overs and picking up the crucial wicket of his opposite number, Canterbury. So completing his allotment. So good work by the captain, Carrington, in the context of things.
So Marshall to continue from the southern end. That's going to go over the fielder's head and he'll get a run. Lucky. He's in there for quite a long time. Now the mid-on is going to go right back to long on. It was lofted.
Yes, again, McCollum just showing his intentions. He's one who wants to get on with it.
Chance for a catch. Just begin to wonder if the extra cover fielder, was that not his catch? I would think. The bowler moved late, couldn't take it. I think there was extra covers.
Yeah, I think the man at extra cover, he should have come in a bit quicker onto that. The bowler has followed through just a bit late. That's actually the wicket of Scantlebury. And so the celebration from his opposite number in Carrington to get rid of his man. Just disappointed at the end.
Yeah, we were making the point that we weren't quite sure as to the mindset of Scantlebury having lost Innes. He seemed to have lost his way. Wasn't quite sure whether to attack or defend, and then got out softly. A strike from outside land, the off stump by Ford. A lovely Baron Lara-like cover drive would have been lovely to see there. But he, back in 1999, drove the Australian fast bowler through the offside for 4 to win the match for the West Indies.
153,
Yeah.
not out.
And that's in the air safely down to third man. 1 only.
Good work again by Went. He's been busy in the outfield.
Very busy in the outfield. Did you see that innings by Lara?
I was present.
Really? How old were you then?
Oh, gee.
You might even a whippersnapper.
Just with a
I
snapper.
think so. Yes.
I enjoyed Courtney Walsh's support.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll never forget that. I was doing some commentary in that game. Best innings we've seen. Who was the bowler that he struck the boundary off? If you get it right, I'll give you Um,
I'm not going to
now,
say.
the question here, who was the bowler back in 1999 that Lara drove through the offside to seal the deal? Now, I know with interest that my good friend Andy Payne is going to social media.
Google.
Now, talk to me. Do you remember?
No.
Mm.
Don't remember.
Gillespie was in the side. McGraw was there as well.
Yeah, I remember.
Shane Warne, the leg spinner, was there as well. Beautiful drive through the cover area for boundary. Okay, go and Google it. In the meantime, I'm sure someone will send me
I'm sure. Jason Gillespie.
Jason Gillespie. That was a
Definitely.
beautiful shot.
Definitely Gillespie.
Kensington erupted.
Yes, recall Gillespie.
Remember, Fazir Mohammed, the noted commentator from Trinidad, called it and he got hoarse. Never forget it. We were all in the Coppin Cozier Short Media Center. That time it wasn't so lovely.
Yep.
But what a game, what a performance.
You know, we have these very avid cricket fanatics. Albert Batson.
Yeah. Did he respond already?
Of course, Albert Batson. He's a man who's always tuning in. Hello,
Yes.
Albert.
Yeah, I think he needs to come out of retirement and help the St. Catherine's team. Actually, he's gone back to play in St. John, playing for Gall Hill, is it? Yeah.
St. John Cultural.
St. John Cultural. I think he said he wanted to end there. You got to respect that. He's from that area. And sometimes you just want to go back home.
Well, he's going to give you a young, excited player in Javian Batson.
Oh, he's a good player.
Oh, off the inner edge.
French
that one will
cut,
run.
Chinese cut,
Yeah.
4 runs.
Definitely a French cut.
Hmm.
So 4 to the good of the Lord School.
Talking about Javian Batson, I think he's a wonderful cricketer. In fact, there's some nice little cricketers. Not like J.D. Hines. I think he's a good cricketer. How's I like the looks of young Paris? Justin Paris?
Oh,
Good leg
impressive,
spinner,
impressive,
good captain.
Impressive. Good head.
Good head.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. I think maybe someday may even lead the country. I saw him out maneuver Lodge in a game 2 or 3 years ago. We called the game. Beautiful captaincy.
Yes, I remember we did that.
Yeah. Remember bowling to Shorty Sargent.
Googly.
The googly. And what saved him was the height. You remember? He produced a couple of beautiful leg spinners. And then what he did was that he moved the square leg to backward point and then bowled the googly. Beautiful.
Indeed. Yeah, some fantastic young upcoming talent really would have came through this on the 13 format. And they've now just coming into their own and progressing. You've seen a young man called Malik Amy getting the
Good cricketer.
massive 100.
Yeah, we had him on Mason and Guess last Tuesday. Good cricketer. 136. The Barbados youth making over 400.
Impressive.
What a performance.
Yeah, they've fell in love with that Brereton ground,
Yeah,
the Wayne
yeah.
Daniel Pavilion.
Understand the pitch is pretty good there.
But
I think there was a game, maybe Ulrich can tell you. I think there was a game there. I think Ahmed Proverbs, if I remember that game, might have made a double century. Something about that ground that I'm remembering. A game St. Catherine's played. I don't know who they played against. I think the venue St. Catherine's was unavailable, but I remember that game well. Sure that Ulrich will tell us what a game it was. A wide down the leg side. St. Catherine's looking to get back into the elite, losing badly to Yorkshire
yeah, that was a bad loss.
in 2
That
days.
was a bad loss.
I think the reality really with St. Catherine's is that once you lose a Daria Comer match, you're losing about 4 or 5 players. And they have not batted well in the last 2 matches. Not a batting point. And I suppose the reality is that they got to try and keep on going. So 144 for 6. Lodge will be inspired by Matt Fingal's fighting back. These two have done a decent job since the departure of the captain. 31 gone.
Yes, good work. You saw Went coming back in for a spell. Like you'd think that he would have been had to come back and bowl a couple overs to close out the innings as his captain. Carrington, he's completed his allotment. And I get over in the contest, McCollin, he's on 13. Ford, he's on 8. Just only 4 overs remaining here, Andrew. So if they continue to score at some 4 runs or over, add another
Right.
16 to that,
Yep.
160.
160. So we've thrown 180 through the window, you
That's gone.
reckon? Okay, yeah.
The time Scanterbury went.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see the approach. You're right. Whether they look to work it around or maybe McCollin has shown intentions of being a big hitter of the ball, a big strong man. He's at the non-strikers end. Ford has got 8 from 14, but they will want to push on because the rate at the moment is 4.65. Here's Jones to come to the attack. First time he's bowling for the day. Medium pacer.
Jones Eiffel
Jones Eiffel
starts
is
to
the
go
name.
wide.
Yeah, interesting action. I want you to zoom in on his action, his run up. Interesting. Bowling from the southern end. Oh, that should be taken, and it is. Simple dismissal. Jones Eiffel gets the wicket. And St. Leonard's continue to do well. Milo Lodge 145 for 7.
Yes, coming into the attack at the back end, like you said. First time you're seeing him in the innings. Forwards just trying to hit that one somewhere over the top. Again, just spiraling off the outer portion of the bat. And a good judge catch by the man at backward point there. So losing this 7th wicket. Rock, the man feeding in that position. And losing this 7th wicket. So this is good work really by the St. Leonard's part. Like I said, once they got the back of Ennis and then Scanterbury, he just lost his way really. And you can just see how there's capitulated there, Andrew. And they've not got the depth really to get them up to that total that we spoke about.
Yeah. And I think when you look at the bat end, of course, Canterbury's there. Ennis is a good player. And I suppose he just wanted to just bat to the end. But you can't take it away from St. Leonard's. Look at that bowling card.
Yes, as we spoke about the spinners, Millington and Headley, they've done some excellent work. Pair just bowling 7 overs between them in tandem and just pulling it back in the middle order there. And that was excellent. That really brought this team back into this contest, really, as it looked like if Ennis and Scanterbury, they could have carried on. So to get it down to 145 for 7, Headley 7 overs, 1 for 28. Millington 7 overs, 2 for 20. And the captain Carrington 7 overs, 1 for 32. Those 21 overs have done really a good job for the team.
Just want to have a look at Jones Eiffel because he looks to be the quickest so far. Let's have a look at him. I think so. I think from what I've seen so far, he looks to be the quickest of the bowlers. He both quite zipped through. Wonder why he didn't bowl earlier. Looks pretty nippy.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of effort there. You can see his run up, like you said, just like his run up, Andrew. So kind of just a couple chips in between there, but getting there at a good pace.
Yeah, he looks rapid for a 13-year-old. Yeah, I think so. I think he's sharpish. Yeah. Maybe they were just keeping him to the end, but so far what we've seen from him, he's for a 13-year-old bowling sharp.
It's especially on this surface, quite a bit of grass. So it's good carry. You've seen the carry that's gone through to the keeper.
Keeper hasn't looked bad at all. Little man. De Verto. Those camper watch should be a leg by.
Yes, I think he's really hustling a bit there.
Yeah. Confirmed by umpire Dennis Weeks, who's doing duties with Sheena Welch. No match referee. I don't bit interested they don't ever have a match referee in these games. Any particular reason why?
I don't know. They have a third umpire.
Oh, they do, but
Yeah,
no match
no
referee.
match referee. The third umpire.
Maybe there's no need for match referee. That's good bowling. That's the Yorker length delivery. I thought that McCollum played that well.
Yes.
It was rapid. Got the bottom of the bat onto it, looking to York him. But I like the looks of Jones Eiffel.
Yeah, I thought he could have gotten a few more overs.
Yeah, this is what his first.
This is his first over.
Bustling run. And the sharpish. Look at him. Look, good energy. Chance for another catch. Catch taken. Jones Eiffel in business again. And the St. Leonard's team on top at the region's Mecca. Milo Lodge 146 for 8 now.
Yeah, losing the 8th wicket, like you're rightfully speaking about this man, Jones Eiffel. He's really hustling the batters a bit there, Andrew. He's got quite a bit of pace on the 13 bowler. And you see him just getting a bit too quick onto McCollum there and just trying to hit that one over the top as well, just off the other portion of the bat, and another catch at point. So losing their 8th wicket. I mean, they really bowled themselves back into this innings, Andrew, the St. Leonard's boys.
Yeah, they have. There's no question about that. And at one stage, Milo Lodge were looking as if they could make pretty close to 200, but that has not been the case. Beginning to rain here at Kensington Oval. But of course, the sun is out in all its glory on St. Leonard's. I would think that the coach and the management staff at Milo Lodge will be disappointed. But as they say, runs are already on the board and they've got a decent team, so we could get a good final. Where Sean Hackett was making the point that the St. Leonard's team good in bowling, but not so good in batting. But they've done well. The bowlers will, it would appear, give them something to aim for in terms of trying to win this battle. So it's beginning to rain a little bit harder. Here's Went to continue.
Yes, well, momentum going into the back end of the innings. St. Leonard seems to have a bit of momentum here now. Just some 2.5 overs remaining, and the Pacers coming back. Went, like I said, he was very much involved in a lot of work in the outfield. Didn't start his spell very well. He bowled quite a few extras, but here he is now looking to close out the innings.
I think the umpires are beginning to wonder if they should stay on. See the ground staff very much at the ready. Getting harder now at Kensington Oval. Farmers certainly welcoming the rain. It's popped over the bowler's head for a precious run down to long off. But this has been good cricket on the part of St. Leonard's. I think they're going to maybe call the covers on the umpire. Well, she's looking in that direction. Umpire Weeks was coming from square leg. New batsman is Squires.
Good delivery there, Andrew, just beating him on the outside edge and true to the keeper. But what we must say is that ever since that they've settled down, the St. Leonard's boys, they've looked a very much improved side. So probably those early morning jitters really took the toll of them.
Yeah, because as you said, in the first couple of overs there were several wides, but they've settled. The spinners were very good. Off the edge, they'll get a single.
This is some good back in bowling here. Went and you saw how well that man went in the previous over. Jones Eiffel.
A good carry to the keeper as well.
A lot more control here than what we saw in the opening spell.
Yeah.
So as they settle down, they just look the part. So you could probably see why their bowling would have taken them to this far in the tournament.
Yeah, no question about that. Oh, good runs here. Down to back was square. Should get to the boundary, and it does. Badly lined and put away by Wilson to bring up the 150 for Milo Lodge.
150, that's a good total to get it to, as the covers are going to be coming on now. You saw the umpires calling the ground staff on with the covers. These players are just going to scamper off the field, but yeah, just taking a bit of the inside half of the bat there, Wilson, and picking up a boundary. So 33 overs completed before the rains came. 152 for 8. Good work here by the St. Leonard's team to find himself in this position after what looked like it's going to be a bigger total.
Yeah, so the covers are coming onto the square now. Good work by the ground staff to get those covers on quickly. And I'm sure they will also maybe cover the run-ups as well, which has been a bit of a problem for the elite teams in Barbados. Not being able to cover those run-ups. And last game we covered the derby at Bank Hall. That was the problem.
Just working that one behind square to pick up the boundary. Final ball of the over before the umpire summoned the covers on. And you spoke about that derby and does rain on the covers. And this player was stranded on 99.
Yeah. Nathan Seeley, the captain of the Empire side. So it's been that kind of a day. It rained this morning when I was out jogging, when you were fast asleep and snoring. When I came to the ground looking very overcast. And 152 for 8 and 33 overs. Top score so far, Canterbury 43. Innes 27 and McCollins 13 from 24 balls towards the end. Don't discount that because it's not a big score, but they would want to, if they are able to continue to bat, try to get up to that 160, 170. But really and truly, you got to give a lot of credit to the St. Leonard's bowlers, the spinners, and Millington and Headley. Pull things back, they got wickets, and then the captain's Canterbury was, I think, in two minds really. The other thing too is extras, 23. But look at the bowling, beautiful piece of work by St. Leonard's.
Yes, and we speak about the spinners, Headley and Millington in tandem. Headley 7 overs, picked up 1 for 28. Captain Carrington 7 overs, 1 for 32. But Millington, the man off spinner, just giving it quite a bit of air. 7 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 20. He really pulled his team back in there, Andrew. And in those middle overs when Ennis and Canterbury looked like they could have taken it away from them. They just stood there, they maintained their composure. And that's where we see where he's at now. Jones Eiffel, the pacer coming in just before the rains came. His final over, putting up the over before the rains came. Just 1 over, just picking up 2 wickets as well for 1 run. He did well, look a bit sharp at the back end of things. Just surprised that we didn't see him a bit earlier in the innings. But Canterbury, the captain, can be taken away from him. Excellent not got to 43 or 55 deliveries, 5 fours. He'd be disappointed that he didn't get that coveted half century. And Ennis, the man who came into this game with some 400 plus runs, didn't get going today. 27 off 45 balls, 3 fours. He would have been disappointed that he couldn't carry on and add to probably get himself up to 500 runs for the season. But the rain is very much here with us. Andrew, the covers are on.
Yeah, and it's 152 for 8, 33 overs bowled, which means that the decision to insert the opposition has been a pretty decent one, no question about that. And after a pretty positive start, the spinners in operation. And then Jones Eiffel, who has been the quickest, picking up 2 wickets in his only over, certainly squeezing Milo Lodge to be 152 for 8 in 33 overs. Whose advantage, Andy Payne, before we take a break?
Well, runs on the board are always runs on the board. Like you said, it was looking like it could be a bigger total earlier, but the momentum shift really towards the St. Leonard's boys, and they'll be happy. Like you said, they won the toss, they inserted the Lodge School to bat, so just to get up to 152. I'm sure they'll be thinking that they can get that runs. Rashawn Hackett mentioned that they had a higher score of some 200 plus in one of their earlier games, so they do have the ability to get runs on the board. So 152 for 8. Runs on the board, runs on the board.
Yeah. How about the pitch? How was it
Excellent
played?
pitch. Yes, like you
A
said,
bit of green, bit of grass on it.
at the toss, we spoke about how green it was. Ball seems to carry, as you saw Jones Eiffel in his that spell there. The final just one over, but you
Right.
can see the carry that he exhibited to the keeper. So it was a good pitch. Earlier with the new ball, you saw Daisley. He was coming onto the front foot, hitting the ball pretty crisp. So it seems to a pitch that if you can spend some time, you can hit through the line as well.
Yeah, and I think when you look back at the performance of the Milo Lodge team, that wicket of Ennis was crucial because after he departed looking so good, then the belly, the middle didn't really do too much. And then Canterbury got up in 2 minds, and Jones Eiffel picking up 2 wickets to reduce Milo Lodge to 152 for 8, 33 overs bowled. The covers are firmly on the square, and it's overcast. The rain is it's a bit of a drizzle now, but what we're going to do, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we hope to continue the wonderful coverage of the 7 weeks under 13 competition contested at the region's Mecca between Milo Lodge and St. Leonard's, 2 teams that have done very well to have gotten to the finals. So that's the story then. Rain stop and play, 152 for 8. Wilson is on 5. Squares has got 133 overs bowled. As we said earlier, the St. Leonard's team winning the toss and electing to field, and that decision has proven to be a good one. We'll take a break. When the action continues, please join us then.
Sean Hackett.
And welcome back to the region's Mecca. The magic number for St. Leonard's 153. 33 overs are available to them. In fact, at the back ends of the Milo Lodge innings, the rains came from the central bank area. We were seeing that as well. Lovely breeze coming across the ground. And it's a lovely backdrop here at Kensington Oval as well. So the news then is that the Milo Lodge will have to bowl well against the St. Leonard's team that really did an extremely good job in restricting the Milo Lodge team to 152 for 8 in 33 overs. And as I said, the rains came, the players took the break, and we're just about ready for the second part of this innings, contested in Bridgetown at the region's Mecca. Rashawn Hackett is alongside me. 152 for 8 made by Milo Lodge. I think, first of all, you would have to give credit to the St. Leonard's bowlers for doing a good job in restricting them.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Andrew Mason. Good afternoon to all of our viewers. Put that so well. I think that it was a very disciplined bowling effort by the St. Leonard's side. After starting on the back foot, they came back and they bowled so well to restrict this Milo Lodge side to just 152 for 8. And now it's all over to the St. Leonard's side. Runs on the board for Lodge. St. Leonard's, they have to take each and every one of them off.
So the captain will start the attack. He's bowling to Bowens and flicked up towards mid-wicket. So big, heavy set is Bowens. He's got the captain with him. So he's an important cog in the wheel. Talking about Nathan Carrington, the captain of the St. Leonard's team. So it's Canterbury, tall and slimly built.
Owens in and behind that one. He looks good. Just from the first two deliveries that we've seen. And the St. Leonard's school, Andrew, they've really started with their, what you could consider their two best batsmen, or their two most prolific batsmen this season. Nathan Carrington, we talked a bit about him earlier. 43 versus Lester Vaughan, 39 not out versus Kamamir. And Godson Boynes, 64 versus Lester Vaughan. So these two have scored the bulk of the runs for St. Leonard's so far in this tournament, and I'm sure that they'd be looking to get scores under their belt in this game.
He looks solid. Big, strong right-hander. Pushing it down to mid-wicket. I think Milo Lodge would be disappointed, though, with the kind of start given to them by their captain. But they fell away the spin of Headley and Billington in the middle. And then Jones Eiffel came and picked up a couple of wickets and restricted Milo Lodge to 152 for 8 in 33 overs.
Yes, all credit is due to the St. Leonard's side. Very, very disciplined bowling for them. Alex Jones Eiffel with his quick bowling, picking up those 2 wickets at the end. And Najee Millington, 2 wickets as well. Those two are so impressive. Lovely drive, and that one is just steered behind point, and it runs close into the boundary, and it wins. So first boundary for the St. Leonard's school. Godson Bowens just steering that one behind point. What a shot that was.
Indeed, a lovely shot. Square the wicket, as you said. Slow as it got to the boundary, but certainly had the legs to get there. A bit whitish. And that's a good positive start by the St. Leonard's team. Would love to get a good opening stand between these two.
I'm sure that coach will be hoping for that as well. Mr. Stewart, he'll be looking for a big opening stand from this pair. Bowens starts innings with a boundary. That one is driven
So Nathan Carrington, the captain of the St. Leonard's team, very, very small man. Well, youngster, very, very, look at him. I can barely hold the bat. Looks solid, looks organized.
Very small in stature, but not small in heart whatsoever. Very tough youngster. First over comes to an end. 5 without loss. 1 over done. Andrew required from 204 balls. Who do you have?
Well, I mean, certainly when I look at it, I mean, St. Leonard's are in front. There's no question about that. They've got the advantage. It's not a situation where they've got to score at 10 runs per over. The required rate is 4.63, so that's not a problem. But it'll be interesting to see the bowling of the Milo Lodge team. Of course, a school with a rich history. They've done very well. In fact, they're the under-19 champions, and they've got some good cricketers. I know that Canterbury is a good all-rounder. So we just have to wait and see. But you would think that the advantage is certainly with the St. Leonard's team. But the runs on the board. So here's Daisy to take it up, bowling to Bowens. So wide to start with. Lovely action as Daisy's got.
I was now about to say, although that delivery was wayward, I love that aggressive run-up. And it actually reminds me a bit of the man whose name is on that end, Malcolm Marshall.
Oh, okay. We'll have a look at that and see.
Not exactly the same. We know Marshall's run was a bit from a wider
The angle.
region.
Yeah, he used to come from like mid-off and then straighten up with those elbows jutting.
Yes, but the aggression in that run, let's just have a look at him.
It's got a bit of pace as well. Another wide, but radar not right. Keeper looks at the umpire, reckons that should not have been called a wide, but I think it was a fair call by umpire Dennis Weeks. He's got to get it right. But start at the top of that off stump. He's got to slip in. There's the third man protection for the edge. Strong offside feel as you would expect with the bowler bowling out swingers. He's got the backward point. He's got the cover, extra cover, and mid-off. All inside the circle, saving one. Oh, that's played square. That's going to go out to the boundary. And we'll get there. Loose delivery and banged away square in the offside for 4.
What a shot that was. Already we can see the sort of batsman that Bowens is. A very aggressive player, and he looks classy at that. What a shot. Another 4, taking Bowens up to 9 runs. Lovely stroke to the offside.
There was a loosener, short and wide. All he had to do really was to get back into that. Down to wide third man.
Well, Disney started a bit wide of the off stump. Third man going a bit wider. He just needs to come a bit closer to the batsman. Let's see how he comes back. That's a better line. Length, not so much, but a much better line on that delivery. I don't know if you know, Andrew, but Bowens is actually the younger brother of Gadson Bowens, Barbados under 19 skipper.
Yep. I was rather interested and intrigued by the name. That's a wide. Banged in short and wide the off stump. So the third run of the over. Well, his brother certainly can bat. Certainly can play. There's no question about that. Barbados preparing for the under-19 tournament in Antigua. Wonder whether they're going to change it and maybe play some cricket in Barbados. We haven't had under-19 cricket in Barbados for several years now. Just wondering when last we did, in fact, have under-19 cricket in Barbados. We'll double-check that. You'd love to see under-19 cricket in Barbados, wouldn't you?
Yes,
Yep.
I certainly would love to see some under-19 cricket in Barbados. It's been a while, as you said, and I think it would be a great tournament to be hosted here.
Yes, of course. Great organizational skills. They've got the experience. But Bowens looks very solid, very organized batsman. More protection of the offside. The mid-wicket has been positioned now at that backward point. So there's a short third man. There's a backward point. There's an extra cover. There's also a cover and mid off. So the intentions, the line is supposed to be outside the off stump. Long over.
Just slashes at that one, and it beats the offside field. It runs close into the boundary, but fielder does well, looking for that third run. No, they settle on two. Good shot to the offside towards.
Yeah, he found the gap between mid off and cover. There's the too short here. It's been a positive start by the St. Leonard's team.
Is just not finding that ideal line as yet. He's been a bit wayward. That is a good ball. Much better line.
Yeah, you're right. See the head coach, Clifton Phillips, down by the Greenwich Lane stand, just trying to marshal the forces. In fact, he put his hand up just now to say to Daisy, a much better line, much better length. So he's just down there by the Greenwich Lane stand, marshalling the forces. Clifton Phillips, the veteran of Lodge. Another wide. Another wide. 4 in the over so far.
Yeah, you can already see the body language from this Lodge School side, and it really goes to show that the opening spell can really set the tempo and the pace for an innings.
There's Clifton Phillips. He's been at the school for a long time. Man from St. Joseph, the neighbouring parish. Of course, Lodge is in St. John, so I suppose he can maybe walk from St. John to St. Joseph. Has been with the school for quite a long time. In fact, when the honours were given in St. Joseph, many people were surprised he didn't get an honour. I think he richly deserved it. Remember speaking to him on Mason and Guess, he said, well, he was disappointed, but his response was, that's life. So 2 gone, 15 without loss.
Good start here from the St. Leonard side. We see some students now encouraging their peers. It's always good to see youngsters coming out, watching cricket and enjoying it.
Yep. Good to see that happening. Just maybe some more promotion of it. You know, encouraging the youngsters to come and see it. I know that the parents are going to be here. They'll question about that, but just want to see some more come and watch the action. Of course, it's been streamed. That's a wide. That's going to be called a wide. Captain not getting it right. This not been a good start for Milo Lodge here with their bowling.
Not a good start at all, and they need to correct it and correct it quickly because you don't want to leak runs early on in a run chase. Just giving the batting side that rhythm that they need to get going. They need to tighten up, and the captain, Scantlebury, he needs to lead the way.
Good delivery, much better. Got a bit of bounce, but Carrington is able to negotiate it, gets it off the face of the bat down to third man for 1. But as you see, the coach, well, last time we saw him, he was by the Greenwich Lane stand. Now he's out by the Coppin Cozier short media centre. So he's doing his rounds. Coach Phillips must be worried about the fact that the St. Leonard side, they're off to a pretty decent start here.
That's a good delivery, but Owens is equal to the task. What's so good about it is that each and every ball is hitting the middle of his bat. On that defensive shot, he just looks so assertive, he looks dominant.
must give Bowens credit there for allowing that to go by. It wasn't all that far. Another batsman might have gone fishing and flirting, but he kept his bat inside the line and allowed it to go to the keeper, who moved smartly to his right. But they need a wicket, Milo Lodge. They need to get something going for them. They need a spark here.
Big pull shot, but doesn't get a hold of it. No run.
Yeah, the ball hit the bottom of the bat there. Eyes open wide as he saw it short, but hit the bottom of the bat and wasn't able to put it away. But for what I've seen of him so far, Bowens looks to be a fairly organized batsman.
Certainly. That one is just tucked into the leg side. But Bowens, in his short stay at the crease so far, just 16 deliveries his face, he looks very, very organized. Even the way he's standing there, Andrew, it just looks to be a batsman's stance.
Yep. Just leaning on his bat, legs crossed, waiting for the bowler to go back to his mark, and then the top batsman to slowly get back into position and tap the bat lightly. Must have been watching some videos of the greats.
Yes, just does not look phased whatsoever. 3 overs then, 17 for the loss of them.
So Daisy to continue. Much better delivery. Played quite nicely by Captain Carrington.
Opens the back face, but no run. So Daisley looks much more organized. This over starts with 2 good deliveries.
And an interesting field position, almost like a short third man, a deep and fine gully. It's not often that you have a position filled there, but the ball went straight to him.
Naughty shot there from Carrington, just sticking out the bat. We saw a few dismissals like that earlier in the day. He'd want to tighten up, either leave it alone or go at it hard. But you do not want to just hang your bat out there. Nothing good comes from just hanging the bat.
Yeah, Daisy's started much better in this over. His length has been good. That's one that Carrington should have left, but he was drawn into the shot, and the keeper actually went up with an appeal. It was more an optimism than any real conviction. Oh, big appeal for catch at the wicket. The umpire says no. Keeper took it and was celebrating.
That delivery came down with some pace. Just beaten for pace was Captain Carrington.
Yeah, Daisy would be very happy with this over. The last over he bowled 4 wides, but the first 4 balls in this over he's been spot on. Yeah, correct description there. Looking for that pull shot, but the ball hurried on to him, hit the splice of the bat and sailed over, slip for one. That could have easily been taken by the captain running back. But good energy coming from dazing this over. That's a loose shot. This has been a very good over. Of course, the captain knows his bowler, and the first over producing some 4 wides. Suppose another captain may say, look, let me change you, but having the knowledge that he knows that this guy can bowl, and he produces a very good over in which just 1 run came. So 4 gone, 18 but not lost. St. Leonard's in pursuit of 153 for victory.
Yeah, so very, very good comeback over from Disney. Almost had a chance there. Carrington skying one, but it falls safely. Carrington will face up to Scantlebury for the start of the 5th over. Just kept that one out. Good delivery to start. Bit of adjustments going on in the field now. 1 slip in place, deep third, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid, square leg. They just steered down to that 3rd man fielder, picking up another single. Good strike rotation.
There was wide of the off stump, so had the room to play it squared. He did it quite well, Captain Carrington.
Well, I've noticed that both of these batsmen so far, if you look at the runs that have come off the bat, have been behind square, so it could be an area that these two enjoy scoring through. Good delivery there. Well left by Boynes, though. He looks very, very compact in his approach.
Judgment impeccable there. It was not all that far outside the off stump. The other day he might have nibbled at that, but kept his bat inside the line and watched it go by to be taken by the keeper. But there's a clear plan by the Milo Lodge team to attack these batsmen outside the off stump. Oh!
Low field. And it's given not out. Good delivery there. Boynes just playing across, but it looks to be going down the leg side.
Yeah, played across. It might have been a bit of inside edge onto it. It was not the vociferous appeal. It was more hopeful. But he played across. It was a full delivery. And as you said, might have been just sliding down the leg side. Might have been a bit of inside edge as well. Umpire Shinawell said not out, but a good delivery from Scantlebury.
That's a good shot. What fielder does well, sticks out the right hand, and they get 1 run. Just back of a length, and he just swats at it over that extra cover fielder. Gets a single.
So Andy Payne, who had a lovely lunch sponsored by the Barbados Cricket Association, will come a calling at the end of this over. Sure, he's quite happy. Saw some good stuff there. And no doubt he's looking to come a calling full of energy. Having had some good rice and peas, I'm told, along with some fish. And I'm also told he had a bit of beef stew. Okay, I'll leave it for the moment. Owens has got 12, Carrington 3, 5 gone, 20 minute loss. Andy Payne will be joining Rashawn Hackett with Milo Lodge looking to get wickets.
lovely shot there, just flicked off the legs and it goes all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. So Bowens continues his assault on this Lodge School bowling attack. What a shot that was, 4 runs, and with that shot, we welcome back Andy Payne. Andy, how much did you enjoy that shot?
That was an excellent shot. Like you said, going towards the leg side and hitting it behind square for 4. Bowens looked very organized. Looks a very good player. Ball outside legs him and didn't make any mistakes with it whatsoever. So a lot will depend on him.
Oh my. Shot for dot. Just opens the back face, but fielder does well. Bowens, how impressed have you been with what you've seen so far, Andy?
I'm very impressed with him. Like you said, he looks very organized. Looks equally good on the front foot, on the back foot. He hit the ball behind point a couple of overs earlier, which looked a good shot. Now you see him just coming on the front foot, and I see a lovely shot. Not beating the infield, but you can just see how assured he is about his batting.
Just turns that one into the leg side, but no run. Fielder does well. It's something that I've noticed all day, and the fielders have been generally good on the ground. Saw a couple catches going down earlier, but the ground fielding has been incredible, and that's always good to see young fielders happy for the ball to come to them.
Well, especially on an outfield like Kensington Oval, you should be happy, to just exploit your fielding potential. I mean, this is one of the best outfields you'll get anywhere you go in the world.
Absolutely. Short delivery. Just kept out. Dot balls for Daisley. Current run rate 4.24. Run rate required 4.72, but I don't think it isn't anything to be concerned about whatsoever. Still early days in this run chase. Just 153 runs for victory. One of these sides will walk away with this Everton Weeks under 13 title. Driving it one, driving that one to mid off.
Yeah, this is good batting. Also good feeling as well. Like you said, the guys look very in tune in the outfield. We would just like to see Bowens just probably find a gap, just pick up a singles in those occasions there where he's just hitting it to the field.
All out of field. And he's given. So Bowens has to go back to the pavilion, and the celebration comes out for the Lodge School. What a ball that was, just squaring Bowens up, all ends up, and he has to walk back to the crease for 16 runs. Lodge School strike. Bowens has to go.
Yes, that's a big wicket. Like I said, they'd be interested to see that one again, but Bowens not very happy whatsoever with that decision. But you see all the Lodge boys, they're really all over him and just giving him that send-off that he would not be so happy with. You see them just in the huddle there now. They're happy about that wicket, but that's a big wicket. 24 for 1. Daisley gets his man.
No hesitation there whatsoever from umpire Dennis Weeks. He determined that he was adjacent to the stumps, and he's very good at what he does. So, Bowens walks back to the crease dejectedly, brings the new batsman to the crease. Built similarly to Captain Carrington, very small lad, but I'm sure that he has a lot within him. That is a big blow for St. Leonard School, Andy.
Yeah, big blow indeed. Like he's speaking about how he looked, how good he looked. Bowens probably went around that one a little bit. Could probably be a bit straighter. Weeks, the umpire, as you have a look there, maybe a little bit, height maybe as well. He'd be questioning, but he wouldn't be a very happy man with that dismissal. That Bowens. But the Lord's School, they'll be very much happy.
Well, new batsman to the crease, Zayden Mint.
think Carrington was very small, I think Went is even smaller in stature. So two very diminutive players in the middle now. That wicket is really lift the spirits of the Milo Lodge.
Another big drive. Misses out. Just rehearsing that shot, so he's intent on playing through the offside, Andy. Perhaps he enjoys scoring his runs through the offside.
Yeah, he probably just needs to get a little bit closer to the ball. As you see these balls beating outside the off stump, you see how small he is. He don't have a big stride, obviously. And just as you can see, as he's driving those balls outside the off stump, he's not getting beyond that off stump.
Oh, and that is a wayward delivery. He'll have to bowl that one over.
So yeah, continue to speak about Carrington. He doesn't have the ability to have that big stride in. So obviously, those balls are just outside the off stump. He doesn't have the reach, so it continues to beat him outside the off stump. So if he can get a little bit closer to those deliveries, maybe he can get a bit back on them, not to get the edge, but he just want to get a bit closer to them. Probably can get back, get into the cover region.
That is it. He makes connection, but fielder does well, but much better execution on that delivery. Front foot went towards the ball, head went towards the ball, and the back did the rest.
Yes, and you can see a better stride as well. So, like you rightfully said, we want that front foot to get to the pitch of the ball, that head to get over the ball, and I thought he was in a much better position with the last delivery.
Another wide delivery being bowled. The Lodge School, they've given a fair bit of runs away in extras so far. And they need to correct it, and correct it quickly, Andy. The worst thing to do is to give away too many runs twice.
Well, similarly, when the St. Leonard's boys defeated, remember with the new ball, their new ball pair weren't able to control it as well. Rock and Went, they were a bit wayward with the ways that they bowled as well. So, similarly, just to control the new ball.
Now the flash outside line of the off stump. I'm sure that the wicketkeeper and slip will be smelling something. And it's something that talk about, Andy, controlling the new ball. And I've noticed that many of our young fast bowlers have struggled with it. It's definitely an area that needs more attention being paid to it.
Well, it's an art, really. The exponents of that new ball bowling will tell you the ball's got a mind of its own, many it is. So if you can't get that control with the experience to do that, it can seems like it's wayward, but sometimes, like you said, it's just that the ball allowing to do what it wants to do. So as you get more experience and you just get to control that a bit more, sometimes you see the more experienced bowlers go a bit cross seam till they get it right. So just to gain that experience as these youngsters grow.
What I like about Scantlebury, though, is that he's a natural upswinger of the ball. Oh, that one coming back in. Wow. Up to that point, majority of his deliveries were upswinging, but that one, another wide delivery.
Like I said, Rashawn, sometimes the new ball's just got a mind of its own.
Well, that proves your point exactly. Maybe he isn't even trying to do that intentionally. It just happens.
And that's what I said. As you get more experience and the ball starts to do that, you just, like I said, go a bit cross seam. Just try to continue to hit that hard length. If you don't have a clue, the batsman doesn't either.
Absolutely correct. So in that case, everybody's confused. 27 for 1, 7 overs completed.
Yeah, 7 overs completed. Like I said, just to get themselves going. Wet, he's yet to face the ball. But Carrington, the captain, like I said, very small guy. Just a matter of how he gets his runs, how would he construct his runs. Usually when you're that small, it's just deflecting the ball really. And I thought that Scanberry continued to bowl an excellent line outside the off stump, albeit he bowled a couple of ways. But then you saw on occasions when he was just beating his man outside the off stump with some excellent deliveries. But he said just to how Carrington will get his runs, his mode of scoring. He said generally this size player, it's all about deflections.
Leonard behind. Outplayed. Very long run up for such a small guy. But I'm sure that that's where he will be getting his momentum from before he reaches the crease. Good pace on him.
Yeah, he looks good, Daisley. Like you say, he continues to run in, a lot of energy. He got the wicket, the big wicket of Bowens. So obviously he's got a pep in his step. But you see young Went just going to deep into his crease back and across. So just showing his technique.
Oh, that one goes up in the air, but falls safely to pick up a single. Daisley rushing yet another batsman.
Yeah, he looks good, Daisley. Like you said, he's got a lot of energy coming into that wicket. Bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. So if you ever want incentive to bowl fast, you just need to look up to uh, that mark behind you. When you see that name, Malcolm Marshall in, says it all. That's all the incentive you need to bowl fast. Motivation.
Absolutely running in behind the great footsteps of Malcolm Marshall. Well played there. I've certainly been impressed with the quality of fast bowling that we've seen on display in this final, though, Andy. We've seen young Daisley went as well. He looked very, very good early on in the day. A bit wayward, but what I liked about him was his action. Very tidy fast bowler with a good action. Alex Jones Eiffel, just that one over in the end. Picked up 2 wickets. Good bit of pace on him. And a couple others. They all look like good fast bowling products that can be developed into great ones.
Well, this is where it begins, like you rightfully said. Some of them would carry on, some would not. But as you know, fast bowling is a very hard. It's hard work, really. You had an interview with Tino Best a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure he told you the attributes of a fast bowler and how hard it is. I mean, running day in, day out, trying to bowl as fast as you can. You know, your fitness needs to be up, your stamina needs to be up. So these young men, like I said, just still learning their art. But the opening pair, it looks a good prospects.
Well, you mentioned Tino Best, and his advice to all young fast bowlers, as he said in the interview, is to lift weights, get strong, do a lot of running, and he lives by that motto. Anybody who's on his contacts, Andy would see each and every day, Tino is active in the gym, and it's what he preaches. So for any of these fast bowlers who would like to become better, I'm sure that the greats would tell them to get as strong as possible, work on their technique, and be coachable. It's also something that Tino said, being coachable, being able to listen and learn from others around you. Wayward delivery. Umpire signals wide. New bowler into the attack. Jazavi Hines. Another pacer.
I just like the look of wind. It's nice leave alone. This shows a little technique there. I just like how he's going back and across. Allow that one eventually to the keeper.
Well, what I've noticed about these St. Leonard's batters is that they're certainly very stylish in their approach to batting. The way that they walk to the crease, set up, everything about them looks stylish. Well played again.
So you gotta look the part as it gets stronger. Surely you'll possess some more shots. But right now it's all about building that good temperament, that technique.
Well played. Just presents the full back face. And as you said, Andy, this is really where it all starts, because a lot of these youngsters don't have the ability to hit a long ball as yet. So they really need to learn to stand up and bat long. And this is where it starts. And as they develop older into under 15, under 17, and under 19, when the muscles begin to expand and grow, they already have the technique and they'll have the strength as well. So they'll be complete.
Exactly, that's it. And that's how your batsmanship comes along. It's periods. It's about progression. But you want to see them having the ability, as when is getting behind the ball, just presenting the full face of the bat. Yeah, you just look comfortable. And this is something, this that's coachable. This is something that you will want to work with as a coach.
Absolutely. These two youngsters look very compact in their approach. Just cutting one wide outside the off stump. Wasn't a wide, but it was far away from him. And now that we're talking about batsmanship and batting long, Andy, I have a question for you. Do you feel as if we in Barbados, our young batsmen, Bill, before I answer that question, in other parts of the world like England, India, you know the Indians, they play 4-day cricket, 3-day cricket from a very, very young age. We've heard of Prithvi Shaw, Shubman Gill. Put a pause in that. Wide delivery down the leg side. But as I was saying, we've heard stories of Prithvi Shaw, Shubman Gill. A lot of those guys would have scored triple, double hundreds in school days from as young as these guys. But in our school cricket, we play 35 overs. Do you feel as if 35 overs is enough, or should it be more?
Well, again, this is new age cricket and the evolution of the one-day game. It's gone so wide. But you're right. You just need to have that ability to play innings when you're not thinking that you have to score at a run rate, a required run rate. But you're speaking about these youngsters, and like I said, it extends into our higher level cricket. You've seen in our Division 1 or elite competitions, teams are losing in 2 days, not being able to bat the allotted 75 overs a day. As that over comes to an end, 9 overs completed. You can see them just trying to get up there quite a lot of balls, which is okay. Like I said, you want to win the final, 31 for 1. But it just needs to see how they adapt. That mentality to bat long, it needs to come through. The ability, like I said, the technical side, you will see that. And as you grow, you will have the ability to get the ball off you, like we say, and pick out your boundaries. But you don't want everyone to have that ultra-aggressive mindset, as a lot of our younger players has, probably because of the cricket that we continue to play. Back in my day, like I said, we would have played over 3 days of cricket from junior age, second divisions, and then intermediate was 3 days. And your first aim, as your coach would tell you, we're looking to bat 1 full day. So with that, you had the ability to try to bat long. We never thought about strike rates in my time, so to speak. But as you see the evolution of cricket, and that's what a lot of people are asking for now, They want to see big strike rates, high strike rates, turning over the scoring quickly, as opposed to being able to spend time at the crease, wear the bowlers down, and when they come back into those late evening spells where you can capitalize.
Very well said, Andy. And just to add a bit to what you know stated, I think that these youngsters have the opportunity to do so, both bat long spells and also bat and be able to score and up their strike rate. And I think kudos must go to the Barbados Cricket Association for allowing the youngsters to have this cricket, 35 overs. And then there's also the weekend cricket, the schools division. But bowling change, leg spinner into the attack. Kimani Innis, young budding all-rounder. We know his exploits with the bat. Now he's come to have a bold.
Finding the edge to start, just falling shy of the man at first lip is Canterbury. It's always good to see the leg spinner on. Like I said, just be interested to see how these two small men go about it.
Well, Scantlebury is quite the all-rounder, Andy. 5 for 16 versus Comamere, and he also picked up 2 for 17 against the Princess Margaret School. So alongside the 456 runs he scored, he's also picked up quite a few wickets in this tournament. What an all-round player he is.
Innis, quality player. He said, just show how his presence there at the creases when he was batting. He didn't get flowing today, but I mean, can't defy him from that one innings. But I've seen quite a bit of him.
Oh, that one is dragged down. They'll just get one bite. So it brings Carrington back into strike. He's been very quiet, but he's there. A lot of turn, Andy.
Yeah, I like how he slowed it up as well. So just good variations. So that he give that one a bit more air, it was a bit slower. You saw it just spinning away from the right-hander.
Well, I love the fact that he's not afraid to flight the ball at all, varying that pace. Then he goes to the faster one, but well kept out from Carrington. Well watched. So, over comes to an end, a maiden. 32 for 1, 10 overs completed.
Yeah, good start there by Innis, just conceded that one leg bite. But yeah, good talent on show. Like you said, the likes of Scantlebury, obviously Innis. You saw Bowens. Carrington continues to show his fight. This is excellent stuff. Daisley looked good with the new ball. And this is where you've got to pick them.
Well, these two guys have a big task on their shoulders. Went and Carrington, they really need to stick in, build a partnership. Since the dismissal of Bowens, the run rate has significantly dropped. But it's of no concern. Well played. I like that shot, Andy. You know why I like that shot? Because he just waited and played it directly under his eye. It's always good to see when a batsman is playing the ball as late as possible. He looks the part.
Yeah, like I said, Witt is showing a good technique. So he's very small. So like I said, not sure where he will get his runs outside the deflections. Can't see him hitting the ball over the top. Maybe a short ball that he can cut. But I just love how he's getting behind the line of the ball.
Oh dear, the short ball that he can cut comes and he dispatches it and it runs close to the boundary and it wins the race. So, Went picks up his runs, and Andy, I'm sure you have a lot to say about that.
Well, yeah, just looking at how he sets up, I can tell you those will be his mode of scoring. He's just a small man, like I said, just waiting the ball, just allowing it to come to him. The ball outside the arse, not whiff given. It's a position where he could play a cut shot. So I'm sure, like I said, those would be his areas: cut, flicks, just those kind of deflections, really. But he's not one that will ever go over the top.
Good comeback delivery.
I like when it's just that kind of patient type of batter. Just allows you to give me something. Got to work for my wicket.
Yes, certainly. With that New Balance bat, he reminds me of a young Joe Root. Oh, and that one is pulled, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. So Went cashes in yet again, taking his tally up to 10 runs. Went. I like him, Andy.
Yes, again, those are the type of shots I expect him to score off of, Rashawn. Getting a good position again there, and just helping that one behind square for a boundary. So again, the short ball, that's where he's going to get his runs, deflecting them. Just would like him to pick up a few singles in the infield with those balls when you come on the front foot. It's non-striker needs to be agile and looking for those singles, and with that, you just keep the scoreboard ticking around. But he looks very composed. Look at that shot again, short. Just hitting that one behind square for 4.
Very composed indeed. Let's see what he does. Full delivery. And that one is just turned into the leg side, picking up yet another 4 runs. Went has me in awe. I'm loving this knock that he's putting together. Consecutive 4s in the over.
Well, some 3-4s in the over. Just showing again what spending time in the middle can do for you. So he looks so assured with his technique. Ball's going all flying on this occasion, outside the leg step, being able to get a lot of bat onto that one and picking up a good boundary. So he's showing just his array of shots, and he's just continuing to show you the areas where he will score.
Oh, down the leg side. That's a wide.
He'd be disappointed that he mistook on that. Again, that's the areas that he was scoring, that fine tickle. But this is those players of this kind of size. I remember going to school with a young, one of my players when I was growing up playing junior cricket alongside a guy called Rohan Walcott. Similarly, went on to play for Barbados Youth and Spartan. But this is how Rohan used to gather his runs.
Another wide delivery. But speaking on small guys, I personally have a lot more respect for guys like Went who are very small. Because, you know, in junior cricket, let's just have a look back at that shot, just turning it into the leg side. But in junior cricket, Andy, there's obviously the bigger guys who are going to bludgeon the ball. But when you get a small guy like Went who can display such technical ability and the ability to score. Oh my, just driving that one through the covers, picking up a single. But as I was saying, when you get such a small guy, Andy, who displays the ability to score still, rotate the strike and put away the bad ball, it's always a good sign to see. It's always a good sign of a young batsman in the making.
Yeah, and a good player in the making, like you said, it starts there with your technique. It starts with your temperament. It starts with your confidence. And I just think he looks confident. He's getting behind the ball. So showing that ability to walk ball to come to bat, allowing the ball to come to him. And you can just see that he's one of those players that as he gets stronger, he's just got the appetite for big runs.
Yes, and the thing about him being so small is that he has no choice but to develop a technique, because that's the only way he's going to score. But as he gets stronger, as you said, he will be unstoppable. So, after 11 overs, 47 for 1. And we take in the first water break. Hydration break.
Well, if you could just run back through what's happened so far in this innings. Bowens, he went like before wicket to Daisley for 16. Captain Carrington, he was there from the beginning. He's on 3 from 21 deliveries. Went, who's not out on 15 from 19. 3 fours in previous over and just beginning to come into his own. Scanterbury, the captain, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Daisley picked up the lone wicket, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. Hines, 2 overs for 18 runs, expensive. And Ennis a one over Maiden and just get him his spell going. But partnership should be there. Wicket fell at 24, so just beginning to forge a bit of partnership between this pair. Some 23 runs added since the dismissal of the first batsman in Bowens.
Yes, and as we speak, Andy, we see a bit of the scenery around the ground. Some trees, good breeze. Can you remind me, Andy, what is this building called?
Well, I would, sure the man who just left school. I would like you to tell me what's that called.
I was actually now looking at it, right? And
I've heard of the Central Bank of Barbados.
I was going to say that, but I wasn't sure. And if I was wrong, I know that our viewers would have a laugh at me. The Central Bank. I should have not doubted myself because now I look worse. But we see a good view of the Central Bank. Trees in the distance. I know my mum, who is watching, will be very, very disappointed at that. But you live and you learn every day. The Tom Adams Financial Center.
History. And Wayne Holder, you just need to give Rashawn Hackett a call. His homework is me missing. But yes, but here, you know what this place is called?
Of course, this is Kensington Oval. How could I not know, Andy?
The Mecca.
The Mecca.
Yeah, so back to cricket. Rashawn and surely you have some more homework as soon as Keith or Wayne Holder is definitely going to send him a WhatsApp.
Well, you know, those two guys are never afraid to give me any homework. Always busy. But we're ready for some cricket action. Kimani Innes, with ball in hand, went on strike. 47 for 1. Flighted delivery and is pulled away into the leg side. Runs close to the boundary, but fielder does well. Just 1 run. Another flighted delivery, Andy.
Well, yeah, it just came up a bit short as well. So what was good about it is that Went found himself in a good position on that back foot. Like you said, how he just possesses that back and across movement, and he was able to pull that one behind square.
Bit faster. Just pushing that one through. So he's really implementing his variations, displaying his ability to bowl.
Now, that's the difference between Went and Carrington. You see, Carrington just can't beat the inner ring there with those deliveries. Went, like I said, who's got a bit more ability to actually get those short balls off of him.
Ooh, good delivery, but it looks like a catch has gone down. I'd love to see a replay on it, but the fielders look a bit disappointed. Bowler having a word with the wicketkeeper. Ooh, and that one beats everyone. It runs close to the boundary, but it won't get there. So they're looking for the second run, but they won't get it. Just 1 run. Umpire signals a bye.
Yeah, that's the quicker delivery that we were speaking about from Ennis. Like he said, just beating and Carrington there for pace and really deceiving the keeper as well, who had no answer. And just, this is such a quicker ball, very deceptive, really. Wasn't sure if to be on the front foot or the back foot, Carrington.
Pull that one down to mid-on. Quick single.
And that's where Went is good. You see him just getting into good positions. And as the ball comes on a bit short, you see that he can get them off of him. Just extended his levers, really, whatever short sizes they are. But being good enough to get into positions. As the 50 comes up, 50 for 1, 12 overs completed. It still require another, it's just a required rate now, as we said, is a 4.17. Required rate is 4.9. So it's still within that realm of getting you there. Innes has got some good cricket smarts about him.
Very, very much. He should be looking to get the wicket there. Give it some air. And outside the off stump. I think to try to get the wicket or two here. It's got how many balls left now?
Still got 2 deliveries
Two left.
left.
Throw it up. You've got the extra cover. You've got the cover. You've got the protection on the offside. Look to pick a pepper, as they would say in Bajan parlance. That's too full. Lucky to get away with that. Just a single. That should have gone down to the port. Instead, it goes down to mid-wicket for 1. So he's going to bowl his last ball here. Kamani Innes, the exciting middle-order batsman and decent leg spinner. Went holds the key. And he goes over the top. That's a good shot. Good hit. Will have the legs to get to the boundary. It does. It goes away for 4 runs down to long on.
Well, he definitely holds the key there, Andrew. Over pitch delivery, his final delivery of his spell. And you saw Went getting close to that one and hitting over the top. He just continues to be so good. Pick up his 9-4. It's just how easy he's going about doing it, Andrew.
Yeah, I think you must give him credit too, because the fielder was at mid-on. No long on, which was a little bit surprising. And, he saw it and just went over the top, given some air, and hit it cleanly. There we go. Yeah, so look at Kamani and see, will be disappointed with that. Threw it up, and the batsman went over the top.
Yeah, what was good is that he hit it straight as well. He didn't try to go over mid-wicket with it. So, excellent shot selection again on the part of Went. Zayden Went.
Beginning to rain again. Wilson will bowl his
final
last over. Oh, Bolton! Wilson celebrates as if he just won gold at the Olympics. Beautiful piece of bowling by Wilson, and Milo Lodge are very much in this game here.
Again, you spoke about Wilson, how he's continued to trouble the stumps, Andrew. He's bringing the wickets into play. He continued to bowl wicket to wicket, really asking the players to get after them. Continue to ask the batsmen to play many balls from him, and just defying that one through the gate, really, and going through the gate and picking up yet another wicket. He's picked up 4. Look at that. It's just a good length again. Just spinning back into the left-hander, and he's off. Look, he's off.
He's off. He's off to the races. And immediately, you could see the head coach, Clifton Phillips, calling his captain and having a word with him. Keep it cool and calm, my brother. Just keep maybe Went away from the strike. 2 things will happen. You may get wickets, and then that scoring rate will continue to climb. Don't give Went any boundaries, because he's got the ability to go over the top. And I think in the last over, they missed a trick by not having the fielder back on the long on boundary. Yeah. But you must give credit to the batsman Went, because he saw it and hit the ball over the mid-on area for a boundary. Yes. But Wilson has been good. Very good indeed.
Very good indeed. Boys had no answer. It just continues to like how he's bowling wicket to wicket. So many questions of this middle order. Donico Wilson into his 7th and final over. 4 for 16.
So Millington is the new batsman coming to the crease. He certainly bowled well. Bowls an arm ball. Lovely. Bit of the Lance Gibbs there. He needs a slip. He also needs a silly point in forward short leg. I'm just kidding.
Well, and again, this is where conditions and inexperience will come in. The ball getting a bit of water into that seam. You wouldn't expect it to get as much spin now, Andrew.
Yeah.
So just carried on with the arm.
Yeah. So Millington is forward, the big man pushing up to mid-wicket. So what a battle.
He's getting a little too full on that occasion, but this is good stuff by Wilson. Continues to be good.
You can just see that Wilson is just teasing them, giving the ball lots of air. So the ball is final ball here. He's picked up 4 for 16 and has been good. We'll love to get a fifer. Last ball of Wilson's spell. Ball into Millington. Heavy set right-hander. They're playing in the rain of Kensington Oval. Here's Wilson with his last ball. Comfortably played up towards mid-on to end a very good spell of bowling by the off-spinner Wilson, picking up 4 for 16 from his 7 overs, 94 for 5, and more importantly, 59 to get from 48 balls with 5 wickets in the bag.
Yeah, impressive stuff there from Donico Wilson. I can tell you his last 12 deliveries, he's not conceded a run and picked up some 3 wickets. So impressed the young man. Is breaking the bat of this middle order. Look, you see boys have no answer whatsoever on that occasion. So he's really going through his defense and pick up his 4th wicket. Impressive ball in there from young Donico Wilson. Let's welcome back Rashawn Hackett. Hackett, let's see, tell you what, Wilson has really broken the bat here of this St. Leonard's boys team. 94 for 5, 59 runs required, 48 balls.
Well, thank you for that. Welcome back, Andy, and good afternoon to yourself, and good afternoon to all of our viewers. Wilson, he has been so impressive. I have thoroughly enjoyed watching him play. 4 wickets for just 16 runs in his 7 overs and 2 maidens. What a tremendous spell that is, and it has put his team lodged right back in this game with a shot at the title. But from the other end, the off spinner continues. That's Canterbury. Oh, and that's a loud appeal, and he's not out. The large side was convinced. Yes, so Darius Canterbury, very interestingly, started out bowling pace, but he's opted to go to his off spin now. Quite the all-rounder he is. Field is quite spread, long on, long off, deep cover, deep mid-wicket. Let's see what he does. Oh, went, offering a big swing, doesn't get connection.
Again, like I said, just that inexperience to understand as the balls get the wet seam, you're not going to get that amount of spin that they were getting before. You more get the ball to slide on with the arm. As you see those first couple of deliveries, just going across the batter, through to the keeper. So you got to bat it more like it's a medium pacer here now, Hackett.
Yeah, not a huge amount of spin on offer. Down on one knee, but he misses. It'll be a wide though. Went 46 from 63 deliveries, Andy. I have enjoyed his batting. He's been so mature. Such a small man, but not small in talent, not small in ability whatsoever. So mature he's played.
Yeah, this is where the conditions will change a bit. Like I said, the ball will just slide on to him here now. And this is good bowling by captains Darius Canterbury. Like I said, coming back into the tap, bowling spin. You see that one a bit wider. You see how that one carries on with the arm.
Yes, Canterbury. Not a huge turn of the ball by no surprise. It just looks, as you said, Andy, just to be a bit of medium pace from a shorter run. Oh, he's beaten him outside the line of the off stump. Good ball.
And this is just what's going to happen, Rashawn. Like I said, wet ball, pitch get a bit of moisture in it. Ball just slides on to the right-handed batter and just carries through to the keeper.
That one is turned into the leg side. No run. 96-5. 26 overs completed. Just 9 left in this game.
Well, you said 9, but it's really not a 33 overs a side game.
Yes, my apologies. Not 9 overs remaining in the game. 7 overs to go. And 57 runs to win.
Yeah, 57 from 42 balls, 5 wickets in hand. He's on 46 from 66 deliveries. Millington yet to get off the mark. Wilson, he's completed his allotment, 4 for 16 from his 7. So it's got to be a new bowler going to be entrusted to bowl from this to Joel Garner in over number 27. When he's on 46, he would like to get it to that half century. I'm sure he needs some support from the others in. Not sure how good Millington will be. It looks like Daisley who's going to come back into the attack this time from the Joel Garner in. His first 4 overs picked up 1 for 16, and he looked impressive with his pace.
Yes, young Daisley. I was very, very impressed with his pace, as you said. Rushed quite a few of the batsmen. He's come back now in the death to bowl his remaining quota of overs. Fine leg in place, deep third, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, short square leg.
Yeah, still requiring 6.33 the required rate. So a bit of an axe. Sure, Millington will want to get went on strike.
Oh, and that one is a wayward delivery, and it goes down to the fine leg fielder. That will certainly be a wide. Oh. A no ball, in fact. So you have to bowl that one again.
I don't think it touched the pitch at all. Just everything was full. So no ball being rightfully signaled there by Welch. But again, conditions, the ball a bit slippery, hard to control. Just see Daisley looking for pace from the inception. Just needs to get your length right.
That's a good delivery, and that one is spliced away to point. No run. Went looking to be a bit more expansive now. He's been there for some time.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed he didn't get that one over the infield. As now you've seen the captain asking that point fielder to go a bit deeper. This one's in the air and he's all caught. He gifted it away, caught at cover. At 46, Went goes. Daisley comes back into the attack, picks up the wicket, the crucial wicket that of Went. He's got to make his way back in. St. Leonard's they've lost the 6th wicket. Impressive stuff. It's come to an end by Went. 46 off some 67 deliveries, and the big wicket for Jaheem Daisley.
Despair. That is the only word that I could use to describe that, Andy. What a huge wicket that was for this Lodge team. How much of a setback could that be? Went goes for 46 from 67 deliveries. Wow. This game has now taken a massive turn. The key man who was supposed to carry it all the way for the St. Leonard School has fallen. Let's have a look at it again. Well, Went 46 from 67 deliveries, 4 fours. He hit 9 of them. 9 fours. What a wonderful knock he played. But new batsman to the crease is Headley. Taimani Headley. Two new batsmen to the crease. Oh, he's nicked that one down to third man. They'll get a single.
This is where conditions have changed slightly. He said, just see how the ball is just sliding off. I see Ford getting into a good position and taking an easy catch. He's ecstatic about that. To see the back of Went. It's a lovely catch by Ford in the outfield there. I see the back of his man. And Jaheim Daisley, like you said, picking up a second.
Well, and the fortunes of this game have now completely changed. Just moments ago, St. Leonard's appeared to be on top, but now with two new batsmen at the crease. With two new batsmen at the crease, Lodge would believe that they're currently large and in charge. 100 comes up for the St. Leonard's side in 26.4 overs. So, 100 for 6. 53 runs required in 38 deliveries. 4 wickets in hand.
Yes, it's definitely going the Lodge way. Milo Lodge is taking the ascendancy now, for sure. Daisley, like I said, just rushing the batters for some pace. He would like to get a third. Just seeing how conditions have changed. Like I said, with a wet ball, it's a slippery surface. You've gone to your faster man. Needed that breakthrough, needed to see the back of Went, and he picked up the prize scalp.
That was such a huge moment in this game, but it takes nothing away from that knock from young Went. Classy innings he played. Short delivery, and that one is squeezed away behind point. They'll just get one run.
Bit of pace on from that delivery as he overcomes an in. That's 27 completed, 101 for 6. Headley, he's on 2. Middleton on 1. Still requiring some 52 runs from 36 deliveries. I tell you, that's some good over there from Headley. Sorry, from Daisley, who's really changed things around, getting that wicket of Went.
Canterbury will look to continue. Still 2 overs left in his spell. 5 overs he's bowled for 14 runs. And it's all over to Headley and Millington. 52 runs they need from 36 balls. A large ask, but it's not impossible. That one is swept away down to that deep square fielder. Picking up a single.
Percentage continue to climb. And yet another dot played into the offside. Can't beat the cover man. So yet another dot. So this is good stuff really here by Canterbury. He said he's returned this time not off the longer run but off the shorter run. He's now into his 6th over. Just can see the 1 run so far in this over. Still 2 legal deliveries left. But asking quite a bit of Millington. Millington, he's 1 from 10 deliveries.
Flighted delivery, and that one is driven down to long on. A complete 1 run.
Yeah, he's got his protection. He's got a good field set at this stage of the innings. He's got a man at long off. There's a long on. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a man behind square. But he's also got a slip. And the edge. Couldn't hold on to that one. Slip feeder. Just wait for the signal coming from umpire Reese. So yes, indeed, it took an edge and really eluded the man that slip. Like we said, he kept that slip in. You thought he could have picked up a wicket on that occasion. He couldn't. And just eluding the man. But the over comes in then. 28 overs completed. Trying to get up to 153 for victory. The St. Leonard's boys, they're 104 for 6. going to be Daisy to continue. Delivery down the leg side. Headley. Should be a leg by. Just going to wait for umpire Welch. Rightfully singles that now. So the equation continues. 48 from 29 deliveries. Still 4 wickets in hand. As Daisley be looking for a third scalp, nevertheless.
Oh, how quickly things can change, Andy Payne. In the 19th over, St. Leonard's were 73 for 2. And now, almost 10 overs later, 105 for 6. So not much scoring has been done since then. But the wickets column has been busy. As we welcome back Andrew Mason.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an important phase of the match now. Thank you, Rashawn. With Daisley, who's got the pace to rattle those stumps. And as you'd expect, a very defensive field here. Not a run. So 2 things are going wrong for the St. Leonard's team. That rate continues to climb. And they lost the important wicket of Went. So 48 to get from 28 balls. And there are several fielders on the boundary protecting those boundaries. Not a run. The other thing too is that there are 2 heavy set batsmen as well in Headley and Millington, who actually bowl very well. And singles are important. So if you are going to put your money on a team here, you would think that Lodge will be the team in front.
Yes, as it currently stands, Lodge definitely would be in front. Runs on the board. And 48 from 27 deliveries. It's a big ask, but it's never over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah, and I think Daisy's got the pace to worry them. In fact, he opened the bowling with 4 wides, but I was impressed with his pace. And now he's come back and he's attacking the stumps with the protection. Of course, if he goes full, there's a mid wicket which is 10 meters inside the boundary. But he's also got the protection if he goes wide with the 3rd man on the boundary and fine leg as well. He's got 3 fielders on the offside, interestingly positioned. Short, mid-off, extra cover and a deepish cover.
Big swing. And he just looks disappointed in himself. He has the right intentions though. They need to get a move on with things. Find a boundary somewhere. Pick up singles. Dot balls are not in their best interest right now.
Yeah, with 1 to come at this over, they got to get a boundary here. But of course, when you've got leadership, someone like Clifton Phillips who knows the game so very well, and Teddy Foster, the former Barbados left-arm spinner, former Lodge boy, he's very much a part of their camp. So that kind of experience is so vital. Here's Daisy with the last ball of this over. Bag on target, little outswinger. And this continues to be a difficult assignment for the St. Leonard's team. 29 gone, they're 105 for 6.
Something needs to happen, Andrew. The St. Leonard's boys, they need to start scoring. And they need to start scoring right now. Otherwise, at just about 5 o'clock this evening, the Lodge School will be rejoicing. And the boys from Richmond Gap, they will be holding their heads down. So, it's now or never. Headley and Millington, it's all over to these 2.
I think Lodge never really panicked. I mean, they weren't getting wickets, but it was not a situation where they were actually leaking runs. The captain to continue, Scantlebury.
That one goes up in the air, but it falls safely. They get a single.
So long off and long on. In fact, Clifton Phillips was just beckoning to the long on to go right back on the edge of the big fat white rope encircling the ground. So he's marshalling his forces there on the extra cover area.
Oh, and he's fallen down. Let's hope all is well, but they complete another single.
Yeah, this is very getting out of hand, so to speak, for the St. Leonard's team. Look at that gap, 44 to get from 22 balls. Scantlebury, the captain, is his last over.
Big swing, and that one goes down behind square, and they pick up a 4. So that is good for the St. Leonard side. A boundary at last from the bat of Headley.
Yeah, and I think the captain, I don't know what he was trying to do there. It was almost as if he was practicing, and Clifton Phillips is not happy at all about that. There was nothing on that delivery. It was full in the leg stump and played away. Don't know what the captain was thinking there. I think he might have been just overconfident there. I mean, it was a nothing delivery and put away. Now the bat was squared right back on the edge.
Oh, another big swing, but he misses out. Just looking to hit that one. Bit too square. Rehearses the correct shot now. He needed to pierce the offside with that shot.
There was a definite attempt there, Rashawn, to pitch the ball on the top of the off stump. Oh, goes through the keeper. Wow. They should look for second here, but these are two big heavy men. They wouldn't even entertain the thought. So, a bye is signaled by the umpire. That boundary was a good one, but they need to continue. Now, quite intelligently, Clifton Phillips, for the last ball, they decided to just tell the field that slip to go to protect the keeper. And as you realize, he was actually done at short third man, just in case the ball went through his gloves.
Yeah, so you can really tell that this Lodge side is a thinking side. Let's have a look back at that delivery. Struck for 4. Just a nothing ball, really. Just flighted down the leg side, and he just swept it behind square. Picking up 4 runs in that over. And the Lodge School are currently large and in charge here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, that assessment is spot on. The St. Leonard's boys would have to do something. Let me put it another way. They'd have to really press on the accelerator. Time is against them. And they'll have to go now. They need an over of about maybe 15 or so.
That one is struck aerially, but falls in space. So you can really see the aggression starting to be displayed from these St. Leonard's batsmen. They're not timing it quite as well as they should be, but the intent is there.
Yeah, I mean, Headley has faced, 11 balls for just 9. Billington has faced 18 balls for 3. Just a single one would think. There's protection on the mid-wicket boundary. And there goes Clifton Phillips, just applauding his troops. He knows it. He's been around for quite a long time and want to get his team over the line. I think good to see that coaches are just helping the captains. They're young men And they need that kind of help. They need that kind of guidance. Ball in! Played right across it. And St. Leonard's are in real trouble here. Big heave hole. And Hines strikes. Further trouble for St. Leonard's.
Another nail in the coffin. St. Leonard's, they are going down. And this law school is going up one step closer to this coveted title. Millington has to go back to the pavilion for 3 from just 19. What a blow that was. St. Leonard's 113 for 7. The drums are starting to roll, Andrew. We can hear the celebrations beginning. Lodge School, they're sensing it.
Yeah, they are indeed. In fact, I went downstairs just now, and lots of people have come to the ground to watch the action. The parents are here, and no doubt spectators. The president's box is, of course, always well populated, and no doubt Lodge looking to seal the deal. Club with a school with a rich history, there's no question about that. Hines has been on target right on the middle stump. There's the coach giving some more assistance. That's wide. That's going to be called a wide.
So, new batsman to the crease. That's Lamar Rock. He comes in at number 9. And he has one job really. Just to score 39 runs required from 15 balls.
Yeah, and Rashawn, the problem now for St. Leonard's is that they're losing wickets as well, and that's the big problem for them. So 2 problems. Run rate is high, and they're losing wickets. Double trouble at the region's mecca.
Trouble indeed. St. Leonard's, someone desperately needs to step up if they are to win this title. Whereas for the law school, they just need to seal the deal, finish out with good bowling. That one. Hitting the batsman. They pick up a quick single. Good running there. The offside. Get closer. The offside. Get closer to the ball. He's stepping towards the leg side. That's it. Not sure about that shot, but the intention is there.
Well, Hines has got the protection of the fine leg and third man. That's going to be called a wide. There's been lots of interest in cricket today. Lodge had a good start, then they lost their way. St. Leonard's, thanks to Went, looked at one stage as if they were threatened, looked comfortable at 70 for 1. So the over comes to an end, and this really is not turned out at all well for the St. Leonard's team. They're just 12 balls remaining now. They're 37 runs to get. Headley's got 10 from 14, and Rock has just faced 1 ball.
Yeah, just 2 overs remaining in this game, and we need to see some fireworks if the St. Leonard School are to get close to the total set by the Lodge School. But what a match it has been. It's not over as yet, but what a day it has been. Exciting cricket action from our young under-13 cricketers, and it's winding down. Weeks of cricket boils down to now just 2 overs, 12 deliveries. And these 2 overs will tell who will be the champions of this Everton Week's under-13 competition. We are minutes away from what could be history.
So it looks as if it's going to be Squires to bowl the 32nd over. So 12 balls, 37 runs. Lodge are in charge. Keeper's decided that he's going to put the helmet behind him and is not going to go under the stumps. Just one. I think Clifton Phillips down at that cover area just can relax a bit now, but he doesn't take anything for granted. This team should win. So wide. Ball by Squires.
That's the last thing they'd want to see now. We just don't want any wides. All they really have to do is to bowl the ball at the stumps. And we see Clifton Phillips.
Yes, he's marshaled his forces there.
Yes, and that's one thing that's very admirable about him. He never stops. His team could be winning, and he still creates them very hardly. That one is struck down to long off. This camper for the first run. Will they come back for two? No, they won't. Boundaries are needed.
Well, in fact, they could end up with the last over having to get 30 or even more. So I think we can safely conclude, unless something dramatic happens, that Lodge will win this comfortably.
That one is up in the air, falls safely. They come for one run. Looking for the second. No, they won't. But I don't conclude things until they're over, Andrew. You never know what could happen.
Well, I think I'm going to bet my house, my car, my land. I got some land, by the way, in St. John. I'll bet that Lodge will win this. And I'm sure I'll win.
That one is up in the air, and it falls just safely. So another single there for the St. Leonard side. Since you're talking about betting though, Andrew, I have a bet for you. The land in St. John. If the Lodge School wins, I get the land in St. John.
Well, then you will get the land in St. John because they will win.
Oh, that's a good shot there over the leg side. And some hopeful runs there for this St. Leonard side. 4 runs, and they're still up and alive. They're cheering. There's hope. 28 needed from 7 balls.
Yeah, that was a very loose delivery by Squires. Full toss and played away. Now, Coach Phillips has said to the keeper, just take the helmet off the ground, because I don't want a situation where that ball is over the rope at wide long on. I don't want the ball to crash into the helmet. So that's when you're a coach very much involved, and you just said to the keeper, look, just take the helmet off. I don't want it behind you. They need another boundary here now. 6 would excite us.
Certainly would excite me. I'm a guy who loves to see a good game, Andrew. I'm always for a super over, so if one of these youngsters can pull a rabbit out of the hat, I'm all for it. Oh, that one goes behind square, but there's a fielder there. Just picking up that one run. Good field setting.
Yeah, and what he did is that he got his body behind it, because very often you could have a situation the ball is hitting your D and just going to the boundary. He got down quite nicely and made the save. So the over comes to an end now. So just 1 over left. There are 27 runs to get. And unless, as I said, something dramatic happens, the Lodge team should be celebrating in another, 4 or 5 minutes' time.
Well, as we begin to wind down, what a tournament it has been. Wonderful indeed. Last over of the day. Who will bowl it?
I think Hines will bowl the last over.
Oh yes, Hines, ball in hand. So, 27 runs from 6 deliveries. In just about 6 balls time, one school will be rejoicing and the other will feel in despair. Let's go. That's the last thing that the St. Leonard School would want to see. That is the last thing they would want to see. We need to see some kites flying, big hits.
Yeah, I've got to give Hines credit there because he pitched the ball on the stumps. And Rock could do no more than just fend it up the pitch. So 5 left now.
Oh, and just get a single, and the celebrations are getting louder for the law school. 26 runs from just 4 deliveries. And by my math, which is not the best, but it's not possible unless the Lodge School do something terribly wrong.
Ball about 26 wides.
Wides and free hits is what it would take for the St. Leonard School. The Lodge School, they just need to bowl 4 legal deliveries. Big swing, and that one goes down to fine leg. Another single. You can just begin to picture the celebrations, Andrew. We know the Lodge School, a very excited school about their cricket.
Well, there's a parent there. She looks a bit worried, so I suppose she is very worried about St. Leonard's. But I think you got to give it to Lodge, though. I mean, despite the fact that St. Leonard's were not losing wickets, I mean, they weren't threatening in terms of that rate.
That's a good shot. Goes down to long off. Can he stop it? Very well done there. Just 1 run. And the celebrations are beginning for the Lodge School. 24 runs from 2 deliveries. Wow. Wow, just 1 ball. 1 ball and the Lodge School will win it all. What a day it has been. 24 runs, 1 ball remaining, and it's safe to say that the Lodge School have done it. But we will see in 1 ball time. Just a single in the offside. And they've done it. The boys from Society St. John are champions of the Everton Weeks Under 13 competition. Runners up last year and ecstasy this year. What a game it has been. St. John, stand up. You are the champions of school cricket in Barbados. Under 19 last year, under 13 this year. Lodge School, dominance at its finest.
Yeah, indeed, and I think they richly deserve to win it. Never panicked, despite the fact not getting wickets. At one stage, the St. Leonard's team 70 for 1. Went was going quite nicely, but I think once he departed, I mean, it was good night nurse, so to speak. Good captaincy, good bowling. I think Wilson was good, and in the final analysis, it was really too much for the St. Leonard's boys, 130 for 7, and in the end turned out to be a comprehensive victory for the Milo Lodge. As you said, they won the Under-19 tournament in December, and now they are the winners of the Under-13 tournament. Congratulations to the boys from St. John, and as I said, never panic. There's the coach Clifton Phillips, who marshaled his forces from beyond the boundary and was, as usual, brilliant, excellent, superb. And as we said, never panicking, despite the fact that St. Leonard's were doing well. Suppose inspired by Mac Fingal, who said to them, fighting back is the way to go. And they fought back, and it brought them victory. So well done to the guys from Lodge, well captained by Scantlebury, and they were able to defend a relatively small total. And victory to our friends from St. John Deep in rural Barbados.
Well, what a game it has been indeed. Let's just have a recap, Andrew. Milo Lodge, after being sent in to bat 152 for 8 in 33 overs, led by Scantlebury, 43 for 55 deliveries. He was ably supported by Manny Innes, 27 for 45, and there was a contribution from opener Jackie Daisley, who added 19. And in response, the St. Leonard's boys, 130 for 7, not getting over the line. What a knock it was though from Zayden Vent, 46 from 67 deliveries. No one else was really able to step up and bat alongside him. But thanks to Jaheem, not Jaheem Daisley, my apologies, 4 wickets from young Tony Cole Wilson. How impressive was he? 4 wickets for just 16 runs, 2 maidens in 7 overs, and he was well supported by young Jaheem Daisley, 2 wickets for just 20 runs in his 6 overs. So what a day it has been for the Lodge School. Champions of school cricket in Barbados. I am sure that the celebrations would be going on all throughout this evening into tonight.
Well, thanks to you for being very much a part of the commentary team. Of course, we got to try and make sure we bring the presentation for you. So, no doubt, get some instructions from Mr. Blenman, and we'll be able to bring that for you. I'll certainly try to see if I can get the captain of the Lodge team to come on Mason and Guest this evening, and see if we can have a little chat with him. Okay, well, of course, the action started just around 11 o'clock. Had 1 or 2 interruptions, but generally the weather in Barbados good. And as you know, the drainage here at Kensington Oval is one of the best in the world. So despite the rains, we were able to get through the match. And in the end, Lodge winning. But this morning, our young reporter, who has been very much a part of the commentary team, Rashawn Hackett, came early this morning and he had an interesting chat with the coach of the Lodge School.
It's finals time. Today we are at Kensington Oval for the highly anticipated Sir Everton Weeks Under 13 competition, and alongside me is the coach of the Lodge School, Mr. Clifton Phillips. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you alongside me today. First of all, congrats on being in this final. How are you feeling before this huge final today against St. Leonard's School?
Well, good morning and thank you, and good morning to all the viewers. Well, I feel pretty good about being here. You know, all the hard work is coming into fruition, so we're here to show what we've been doing over the last year or so.
And I'm glad that you talked about showing what you've been doing over the past year or so. An unbeaten season so far, a season of dominance. Tell me a bit about the journey and what it has been like to get to such a far stage in the tournament.
Well, it's been a good journey. You know, the guys have been putting in a lot of work, and they've been sticking with the game plans. You know, we set the plans, and they've been working with them. And that's why we're here at this time.
Yes, and as we currently speak, we can see the boys warming up. They look very energetic. They look very lively. What has the energy been amongst the boys throughout the season leading up to today?
Well, the energy has been very good. You know, anytime we needed somebody to step up, somebody has been doing it. So they're confident, they believe about what they're doing. So that's why they're so energetic so early in the morning.
Absolutely, coach. And a young group of boys, obviously they're very talented, but I know from a coach's perspective, a lot will be required for you to guide and lead these troops. What has it taken from a management point of view to get these boys in the right frame of mind, to get these boys prepared adequately?
Well, there are a number of people who assist, Mr. Teddy Foster. We have on board over the last year, Mr. Yvon Arthur, who I think has a very bright future in terms of cricket in the country. And there's a youngster called Shakir Rafe Garns, and they've been working along with me, doing a lot of the work, so that has helped energize the team as well.
Lots of excellent performances today, and I'm sure you would expect the whole team to perform. But if you mind sharing, are there any youngsters in particular that you look forward to seeing big performances from today?
Well, I look forward to seeing big performances from all, but we have in our amongst us, we have two guys who have scored centuries. One who scored a double in the under-13, and one who's also scored a double in the school zone so far this year. So, obviously those will jump out, but all the other guys have been chipping in and backing them up and helping to get us here.
And finally, Coach, what brand of cricket are you expecting to see from your school to bring the title back to the Lodge School today?
Well, I expect to see some mental toughness, definitely mental toughness, executing the basics. I spend a lot of time on that. The win will come if you do those things. If you don't do those things, it's going to be very difficult. So I look forward to sitting back and, watching the guys execute all the basic stuff we have been doing. We've done our SWOT analysis, and we know where the threats are supposed to come from, and we're prepared for those scenarios.
Coach, I thank you very much for having a word with me. I will now let you go and rally your troops towards what could be a potential victory for the Lodge School. Thank you very much. You enjoy your day, and all the best to you and your team. You've heard it here from Coach Mr. Clifton Phillips of the Lodge School.
So there you have it. Thanks. Good work by young Rashawn Hackett, the teenager, very much a part of the commentary team and very much a part of the future. Of course, you've got to make sure that you get the youngsters involved. He spoke in that interview with someone who's been around for quite a long time, Clifton Phillips. Next, very early in the morning, he went into the camp of St. Leonard's and he was able to speak to their very influential coach, Anthony Stewart.
Just moments before the huge final of the Sir Everton Week's Under-13 competition, I am joined by the coach of the St. Leonard's side, Mr. Anthony Stewart, for a quick foreword before we begin the proceedings. Mr. Stewart, thank you very much for joining me today. It's a pleasure. How are you feeling before this highly anticipated clash today against the Lodge School?
Well, first of all, I want to say to the listeners and the viewers, thanks, and it will be a privilege to make sure that you all see a proper cricket game here today. Coming into the finals, we have won every game so far, and we are glad to be here. So we'll make sure that everything happen in our favor today.
And you talked about winning every game. A truly dominant season it has been for the St. Leonard's side so far. Tell me a bit more about what has the journey been like from this team?
Well, the journey so far have been a lot of preparation that we put in the bowling and the batting and the fielding area, and so far it have worked out very fine. That's what actually brought us here to the finals today.
Preparation, I know it takes so much preparation to get to a final. Can you share a bit more about what the preparation has been like and what you and your staff have been doing with the boys back at school?
Well, just the basic drills and keeping it simple, like batting drills and throw downs, and then bowling, hitting the right areas, the hard length areas actually, trying to cut all the wides out and take as much catches and stop every ball in the field as possible.
I am glad that you mentioned the bowling and the fielding, coach, because something that I noticed throughout the tournament, I don't know if you know, but no team has scored 100 plus against St. Leonard's School. Is that something that we can expect to see again here today? Did you get that in your boys' head to bowl teams out cheaply?
Yes, of course. Once we go out there and perform in the way we should, hitting the right and correct areas, we will always get purchase and work for the money.
I must ask you, coach, I know that your team is full with a lot of talent, a lot of talented individuals, but are there any youngsters in particular that you're looking forward to seeing putting in a big performance today?
Yes, of course. Our captain as well. We have Rock, who's actually playing some intermediate cricket as well. He's our pace bowler. Then we have Wayne as well, who is he's playing intermediate cricket as well. So these guys are, good fellas for the future as well, not only for the finals. And there's so many good ones that I have to mention. Actually, I would say the whole team, because we put in good work. So once we put the good work in, we will get everything out.
And finally, Coach, what brand of cricket are you expecting to see from your team today to bring this title back to Richmond Gap?
Well, what I have to say about our team or what we're looking forward is batting long, playing the right correct shots. That is what we are actually learning to do, and hitting the right areas, getting batsmen out, trying to psych them out, make sure that we don't bowl too many bad balls and too many, maybe say wides, or if you're playing a 35 over game, you bowl too many wides, then it turns into 40. So that is a plus for the opposition. That's something that we don't want to do today, to be honest. We don't want to do that.
Coach, I thank you very much for your foreword. I wish you all the best today, and I wish your boys all of the best. You have heard it here from the coach of the St. Leonard School, Mr.
So thank you very much indeed to Rishon Hackett, who was here very early this morning and certainly had some interesting interviews with the coaches. First of all, he spoke to Clifton Phillips, the successful coach of the Lodge School, and then Anthony Stewart, a former BCL cricketer. He certainly played some wonderful knocks for the BCL. He is the coach of the St. Leonard's team that fought a battle that they lost today, but of course cricket won. The presentation is going to be on the way pretty soon. Andy Payne, very much a part of our commentary team, joins me. Andy, when we look back at this game, the situation certainly at the start of the game, with the St. Leonard's team actually winning the toss, and they elected to send Lodge into bat. And that 152 for 8 appeared to be a manageable score. At one stage, there were 80 odd for 2, but some good bowling from St. Leonard's, the spinners in particular, in the middle of the innings.
Yeah, like you said, it looked to be a good start. Captains Canterbury and Ennis, the two players that we thought would really carry the baton for the Law School. And they promised quite a bit. Also, Disney, he looked good in 19 from 23. And when the partnership seems to be going so well between Canterbury and Ennis. Ennis went to Millington and Headley at that stage. They came together and they bowled some 14 overs in tandem and bowled really well between the two. Headley bowling his left arm spin. He was a good support for Millington. Millington picking up some 2 wickets and, like you rightly said, pulling the game back around in contest and bringing the St. Leonard School right back into the equation. We went on to the bowling, as you can see the figures here. Spoke about those two spinners. Headley, 7 overs, no middles, 1 for 28. And Millington in particular, 7 overs, no middles, 2 for 20. Getting that big wicket of Ennis, who's been the tournament leading run scored. Also the captain, Carrington, he supported well, 7 overs, 1 for 32. He got his opposite number into Darius Canterbury. That was the majority of the bowling for the St. Leonard's boys.
Yeah, I thought it was a good effort on the part of St. Leonard's to pull it back, because at one stage we were saying 180, even 200. But then after, first of all, Ennis got out, and then the captain's Canterbury. McCollin played 1 or 2 big shots. He's a big man, but I thought that St. Leonard's were good in restricting Lodge to 152 for 8 in 33 overs. We didn't get the 35 overs in because of a bit of rain. So at that stage, you would think that St. Leonard's would have been happy, given the fact that they were able to restrict the Lodge team.
Yeah, well, 152 seems manageable. 153 is the target in 33 overs. Not a big scoring rate required. Just needed to spend some time, get some partnerships. And it started well. Bowens got some Bowens. He looked a very attractive player, 16 off 26 balls. And they lost Carrington, the captain. He stayed around there for a duration of time. Batted some 42 deliveries and just for 9 runs. Put on a partnership with Wint of 49. Wint, he looked very good, played some very attractive shots, some 9-4s in his innings of 46 from 68 balls, but he had no support whatsoever in terms of the runs in the middle to lower order, and so you saw how they just fell away at the back end.
Yeah, you're right. 130 for 7, the eventual score. 33 overs, losing by 23 runs, but let's spend some time on young Went. I mean, it is true that Carrington faced 42 balls for Diamonds, couldn't get the ball off the square. I thought Bowens shaped very well. His brother is the captain of the Barbados under-19 team. Then Mr. Shortballer was gone. And then we saw some pretty decent bowling from the Lodge team. Wilson, you like him as an off-spinner? 7 overs and he picked up 4 for 16. His economy rate was good. It was under 3. And he also got 4 important wickets.
Yeah, we'll let Wilson, like you said, continue to ask plenty of questions from the batters. He was there about on the stumps, asking them to play plenty deliveries from him. He said he's had a fantastic economy rate, 2.2, and he just continued to ask questions. Got the wicket of the captain, Carrington. You saw him just floating that one upside the outside, going some big drive. And ever since that, he just continued to be back on his straps. So you spoke about his length. Just on a footish length on the wicket to wicket, and asking the batters to really play from him. So an excellent spell of bowling from the young off spinner, like you said. In his 7 overs, 18 runs, no wickets. But again, you can see as cricket smart player, and it's just knew his role, and he was very deceptive in his changes of pace.
All right, let's go. I think we're just about ready for the presentation. So let's go downstairs and see if we can pick it up. Yes, let's go to the presentation.
Cricket competition final. And we would like for you to put your hands together for the winners, the champions, Milo Lodge School. We would also like you to put your hands together for the losing finalists, St. Leonard's Boys School. My name is Tahir Bubuli and I am your host for the presentation ceremony. We really want to commend all the boys, all the participants who have participated in this tournament, and special mention must go to the zone winners. In Zone A, St. Leonard's Boys School, Zone B, the Lodge School, Zone C, Combermere School, and Zone D, Harrison's College. So we really want for you to put your hands together for the zone winners as well. Joining me as part of the presentation party is the President of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Calvin Hope, Director Pedro Graves, Director Winston Haynes, and the CEO of Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Paul Skinner. So you can welcome the presentation party here this afternoon. I'm going to now ask the President of the BCA, Mr. Calvin Hope, to come up and give a short presentation and a few remarks. Mr. Hope, please welcome the President.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My commiserations to St. Leonard's School boys, and congratulations to the Law School sponsored by Milo. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending the game today. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Barbados Cricket Association, I must thank the ground staff, the umpires, the scorers, and all officials who officiated today and made this game possible. And also to thank all the participating teams who participated in the competition this year. They've played very well, and especially today, congratulations to you boys for a good, keen match. So thank you very much again, and we look forward to next year, and for all participants and other people who would watch the games. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your remarks, and we do accept your congratulations. We're going to go to the individual awards now for the competition, and I'm going to ask the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Paul Skinner, to come forward and present these awards. And the first award will go to the player with the most runs in the tournament, and that person with 431 runs, Mr. Kimani Innes. Please put your hands together, of the Milo Lodge School. And now we move to the player with the most wickets. Coming in with 11 wickets, Kimari Linton. Is he here? Fortunately, you can give him a round of applause as well. Thank you, Mr. Skinner. And we're now going to ask Director Winston Haynes to come forward and present the next set of awards. Okay, Kimari is here. He was on the bus coming. Can I accept the award right there? What school are you from? He's from the Queen's College Secondary School. So the wicketkeeper with the most dismissals, with 7 dismissals, 5 catches and 2 stumpings, Mr. Jaden Detterville of the St. Leonard's Boys School. Congratulations to you, Mr. Detterville. The player with the most catches, with 5 catches, Mr. Zayden Went of the St. Leonard's Boys School. The most catches. Congratulations to you. The all-rounder of the tournament. He had a very good tournament with 431 runs, a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 16, 9 wickets and 2 catches. Mr. Kimani Ennis, the all-rounder of the Under-13 tournament. We now move to the batsman with the highest individual score. This was a national conversation. It went viral all over the world. With 270 not out for Harrison's College, John David Green. Please put your hands together for him. Is he here today? Okay, he's coming, yes. Quite possibly the highest individual score in the Under-13 competition in all tournaments. We may have to check the statisticians on that. But we do congratulate him for scoring that 270 not out. And the final individual award will be the bowler with the best figures from the Combermere School with figures of 6 wickets for 10 runs, Caden Tull. Is he here today? Is Caden here today? Okay. Is that him coming? Collecting on his behalf is a friend. The captain of the Combermere School. We thank you, Director Haynes, for presenting those awards. And I'm now going to ask Vice President, actually, Mr. Pedro Graves, to come forward and present the next set of awards. Mr. Graves will be presenting the Player of the Match awards for the semi-finals and the final. So in semi-final number 1, Harrison's College versus the Lodge School. Scoring 83 not out for the Lodge School. He has received many awards this afternoon. Kimani Ennis. Congratulate him. In the second semi-final between Combermere B and the St. Leonard's Boys School, scoring 39 not out for the St. Leonard's School, Nathan Carrington. And for the grand final, they had many good performances. There were different possibilities, but the judges have chosen, with figures of 4 wickets for 16 runs, Donico Wilson. We congratulate you on that, and thank you, Vice President Graves. I'm now going to ask the CEO, Paul Skinner, to come forward once again to present the medals to the match officials. The game could not happen without them. So we want to thank the on-field umpires, Ms. Sheena Welch and Dennis Weeks, for their umpiring today. We also thank Ayana Holder, the third umpire, and the BCA scorer, Anthea Ishmael. So you can all come forward and accept your award from the BCA CEO, Paul Skinner. Staying on? Here you went cricket practice looking for me. Thank you, Paul Skinner. I'm now going to ask the president of the BCA to present the silver medals and the trophies to the runner-up. So I'm going to ask the St. Leonard's Boys School if you can line up on this side to my left, and you can walk around, led by your captain. Accept your medal, and then you can go back to where you are standing. So please put your hands together for the runners-up for this year, the St. Leonard's Boys School. Congrats, bud. Hard luck, man. We also want to recognize their coaches, Mr. Short and Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, for his years of dedicated service at the St. Leonard's Boys School. So, I want to ask the captain of the St. Leonard's Boys School to come forward and accept the runners-up trophy. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for the St. Leonard's Boys School, coming all the way to the finals. And hard luck on the loss. We hope you can come back one step better next year. I'm going to ask the winners to come forward and accept their medals now. You can lead by your captain. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Milo Lodge School, the champions of the Everton Weeks Under 13 cricket competition.
You know, take it with it on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really want you to put your hands together. A special hand together clap, a round of applause for the coach of the Lodge School, Mr. Phillips. Another stalwart in school cricket. We really want to congratulate all the coaching staff of the Milo Lodge School as well for their dedication and commitment. I'm now going to ask the captain of the Lodge School to first of all come forward and accept the trophy from the president, and then the players can slowly follow. This is the first time I've seen two captains. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the presentation ceremony. We really want to thank you for coming out here this afternoon for this day to celebrate and to watch the game of cricket. I want you to continue supporting the young people of this country. Continue to support cricket and continue to support cricket development. And we really want to congratulate both finalists. But special congratulations going to the champions, the Milo Lodge School. So put your hands together, and I'm going to ask the directors to come for a photo op with the players, and then the players can celebrate thereafter. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. Do have a good evening and get home safely.
All right, so I can just ask you, how does it feel to come this far in the tournament? And then I can ask you how you felt with the team's performance. Joining me is the captain of the runners-up, Nathan. Nathan, first of all, congrats today. Although you guys did it when I thought you guys did incredible, how did it feel to come this far in the tournament?
It feels really great. We worked very hard to come to this stage, and we came here, I guess, to have fun and play our game. But we come out and get beaten, but hard luck, we just go again.
Nathan, and obviously you're a very, very young player. How do you plan to come back next year and win the tournament?
I will not be coming out next year because I'm too old. I'll be playing on the 15, and hopefully we can win on the 15. I'll be back here at Kensington.
Nathan, I just want to say that you're an incredible player. Continue to keep up the excellence, my brother. Continue to be great. I want to tell you congrats on that. All the best going forward, my brother. Thank you, Nathan. You have heard it here from the captain of the St. Leonard side, Nathan. You may go ahead and celebrate with your team. Not celebrate, but you may go ahead and join your team. Congrats again, my brother. Now joining us will be the captain of the Lodge School, Captain Zadari Scanterbury. I am joined by a champion, Zadari. Congrats on the victory today. This morning you told me that you guys are coming here to win. How does it feel to pull it off?
It feels very great, and I hope they really enjoy it.
Let's talk about the performance today now. You scored 43 runs, 43 well-played runs. How was that knock, and how did you find the conditions for batting?
The conditions were good. It's just that I started to get a little restless and my back started hurting.
Yes, and we saw that you pushed through and fought through for your team, and in the end, it was victory. I know that you want to go and celebrate with your team, Nathan. So finally, what is in store for celebrations tonight and this evening?
We really don't know, but we're just gonna enjoy ourselves.
All right, my brother. Thank you for joining me. Congrats. I wish you all the best going forward. You have heard it here from captain of the Lodge School, not Nathan, my apologies, Darius Canterbury. Andrew, it's back over to you, Andy Payne.
For doing a wonderful job there, young Rashawn Hackett. So the celebration started very much in St. John, having won the under 13 tournament. Of course, the Lodge team coming to Kensington Oval in December and defeating Queen's College, the under 19 team certainly won. And Andy Payne is with us as we prepare to wrap. I think a victory that was well deserved. They defended 152 quite well.
Yeah, definitely well deserved. 152 for 8 after 33 overs, and coming back and winning by some 22 runs. 130 for 7 after 33 overs all told. Saw some excellent knocks by Scanterbury, the captain of the Lodge side. Innes, who's been very prolific throughout the tournament for 27, and you also saw some good bowling by Ellington and Headley, two promising spinners. in the St. Leonard side. It's Vint. Yes, man. We look forward for that name, Andrew. Very diminutive player, but he's looked the part. He probably played some excellent shots with the likes of someone like Bowen, who's looked the part as well. This is some for the future, definitely. Wilson, who was very impressive, 4 for 16 from his 7 overs. And Daisley, the pacer, who you spoke highly about. These are a couple of players who we also will look out for. In the game of the ball with his leg spin, economical, but it really shows quite a lot of talent on show here in this Everton Weeks on the 13 final today.
Yes, so victory to the Lodge team, 152 for 8 in 33 overs, and set 153 for victory. St. Leonard's Boys School fallen short, but not disgraced by any stretch of the imagination. In 33 overs, 130 for 7, therefore Lodge won by 22 runs. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast half as much as we enjoyed presenting it to you on behalf of the entire team. Thanks to you, Andy Payne, and of course thanks to Richard Hackett and the team ably led by our good friend Mr. Blenman. Andrew Mason for the final time saying good evening from the region's Mecca.